Good evening. Today is June 25th, 2026, regular board meeting. Dr. Geisels will lead for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Hey, good evening, everyone. We're going to start with introductions. Namart, if you could start us off, please.
Good evening. Namarta Graywell, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening. Ahmed Shikoslami, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening. Ed Dialazzo, Deputy Superintendent, Educational Services.
Justin Brown, Trustee Area 5.
Mary Jo Carrion, Trustee Area 1.
Charlie Jones, Trustee Area 4.
Lori Walker, Vice President.
Good evening. Trustee Kelly McCoshey serving as president this year.
Welcome to all those in the audience and those viewing online. Maurice Geisel, Superintendent.
Elenita Villaseñor, Executive Assistant to Dr. Geisels and the Board of Trustees.
Okay, next on the agenda, we're going to go through a report out. There is no open session action items on closed session items. Next, we're going to report out of closed session action items. There are quite a few items in closed session. On closed session item 2B, the board voted 5-0. Motion made by Brown and seconded by Trustee Walker to approve the settlement agreement for claim 663052 for an amount not to exceed $60,000. Okay, moving along, we also have on closed session item 2A1B, the board voted 5-0 with the motion made by Trustee Carrion and seconded by Trustee Walker to approve a compromise and release agreement for the internal case number SED 122.2526 for the amount not to exceed $52,000. Okay, we have another readout. On closed session item 2A1A, the board voted 4-0 with one abstention with the motion made by Walker and seconded by Trustee Carrion to approve a compromise and release agreement for the internal case number SED 120.2526 for their amount not to exceed $20,000. Now we have some personnel announcements and some celebrations. We have first off an appointment for acting principal for Vintage Hills Elementary. The board approved unanimously in closed session to approve an appointment of Lisa Padway, acting principal for Vintage Hills Elementary School. So we'd like to do a round of applause. She's not here tonight. Okay, we have another appointment. This is a director for secondary education. This was approved unanimously to approve the appointment of Sarah Knox as the director for secondary education. The motion was made by Jones and seconded by Walkers, 5-0. So let's give a big round of applause for Sarah Knox. Okay, last but not least, we're really excited to announce, and this individual is here, the acting vice principal for Donald Elementary School. We have a vote that was unanimous, the motion made by Walker and seconded by Jones to approve the appointment of Erica Rich, acting vice principal for Donald Elementary School. Big round of applause, and please come up.
Superintendent, staff, families, and community members, I'm deeply honored to accept the appointment as acting vice principal at Donlin. I sincerely thank you for the trust that you have placed in me. Donlin's school community is truly special, a place defined by acceptance, inclusion, and a genuine care for all students. And I feel honored to continue my service here in this new role. I want to recognize the students, staff, and families who make this school community such a powerful place of learning and growth. For the past 8 years, I've served as Donlan's intervention specialist and had the opportunity and privilege of witnessing resilience, joy, and commitment that define this campus every day. As acting vice principal, I'm committed to continuing the work to focus on equity, belonging, and supporting every student. And I look forward to strengthening the systems that bring that belief into action every day. Most importantly, I look forward to continuing this journey with you all, building our shared progress and ensuring equity and access for all students, especially those who have been historically underserved. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Congratulations again. Thank you for coming tonight. Okay, great. Now we're going to move to the next section of the agenda. I am looking for an approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Great. We have a first and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next section on the agenda, we have a board Q&A. Actually, Lanita, for the benefit of the public, could you click on it because we do have some questions, and just scroll, magnify it a little bit so the audience can see. This is an opportunity for trustees as well as our student trustee when they are here when school's in session to ask particular questions on anything related to the agenda, whether it's consent or action. And so you can see this is available to the public. If there are any questions or concerns, staff in advance are able to answer those questions. So thank you for sharing that, Lanita. And so that is available to the public for perusal for any questions that you might have that are anything on this particular agenda for tonight. Next, we have recognitions. This is one that's super dear to my heart. Super excited to have representatives. I believe Kelly Cousins is here and her whole team. We're going to recognize the Pleasanton Cultural Arts Council, also known as PCAC Art Recognition. If you could please come up to the podium. And we're just going to, also, I'm going to give a little bit of a speech before you talk, just to give some more information. So I'll speak first and then allow you to speak. Oh, great. Thank you. All right. Good evening. On behalf of the Pleasanton Unified School Board District Board of Trustees, it is my pleasure to recognize the Pleasanton Cultural Arts Council, or PCAC, for more than 45 years of dedicated service to our students and schools. Since 1979, PCAC has partnered with PUSD to expand access to the arts through educational programs, student recognition opportunities, music and visual arts support, public art projects, and community engagement. Their work has enriched the educational experience of generations of Pleasanton students. We are especially grateful for the continued support of student creativity through programs such as the Youth Excellence in Arts Awards and recent student mural projects across our district. Tonight, we also celebrate the talented student artists whose work is currently displayed on the wall right outside the boardroom. So before you leave tonight, make sure to take a look at all the artwork. Their creativity, dedication, and artistic expression reflect the important role the arts play in our that they play in our schools and community. I also would like to say, as a former art teacher, I'm incredibly honored that this type of organization exists, and I'd like to ask everyone to please join me in thanking the Pleasanton Cultural Arts Council and congratulating our student artists for their contributions to Pleasanton. I'm going to pass it off to you, Kelly.
Thank you. We appreciate our long-time partnership with PUSD and over the years, and appreciate the students. If the students want to come up, not everybody could be here tonight because it is summer vacation for them. And so many of them who have showed their art aren't here, but their parents are here, and also a couple of my board members are here. Jan and Ann both have contributed a lot to the Pleasanton's different programs. Jan Coleman Knight has done the Native art past and present voices, and went around to all the third grade teachers and had curriculum that it was based on the Ohloni's contribution to our community, and also got original documents that helped with that. And so that was a year's project. Also, Anne is a visual arts director over at the Bankhead and helps put up a lot of the visual arts programs there, and she helped hang all the art, plus many other things that we do. And then I have the students that I'd like to introduce you to tonight, if they want to come up and say hello and just tell me their names.
Yes, absolutely. Please come up and feel free to say a few words. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Philippa Haney. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to have my art on display in a public space for the first time. I'm actually going to be going to college for art this coming September. So yeah, this feels like I'm just very honored and excited to have this opportunity to further my career in the arts, I guess. Thank you so much again.
My name is Marie Chen, and I'm really excited that my art is displayed outside along with all the other good artworks.
Well, thank you. I know you have a very long board meeting with the budget and things, so we just appreciate all the students and the parents and those of you who have embraced these projects, because we come up with many of them, but we also have the Yay Awards has a long history of engaging students in the visual arts, the music arts, literary arts, and it's amazing the talents that we have in our schools. Thank you.
Okay, great. Before you go, we're going to have the board come out, and if you could all come up, we're going to take photos. So thank you.
My name's Anne Giancola. I'm with Livermore Valley Arts.
Yeah, my youngest just graduated this year.
Okay, great. Next, we're going to have reports from Employee Association presidents. I have not heard. Do we have representation from APT? Who? Okay, great. Patty, come on up. Thank you for coming on behalf of APT. Thanks for being here in June.
Hello. Good evening, trustees. On behalf of APT, thank you for your service to our students, staff, and community. We recognize the difficult decisions you have faced this year, balancing fiscal responsibility with the educational needs of over 12,000 students. It's no easy task, and we appreciate the countless hours that trustees, district leadership, and staff have dedicated to navigating these challenges. We also want to acknowledge the restorations reflected in tonight's agenda and extend specific thank you to the board and PPIE and to the district leadership. The return of the positions across our schools shows that the board has heard our concerns, the concerns of educators, families, and community. That matters, and we do not take that for granted. We also want to say clearly that we stand with our CSEA colleagues. Classified and certificated staff serve the same students in the same buildings every day. We are on the same side. We hope to continue this work together because Pleasanton students deserve the best. However, our work is not finished. The circumstances that drove many of the reductions have changed. The state's May revision significantly improved the district's financial outlook, projecting approximately $20 million in additional funding. While we understand that long-term fiscal challenges remain, the immediate crisis that led to these cuts has eased. The state has given us something incredibly valuable: time. Time to plan responsibly, time to prioritize students, time to make thoughtful decisions instead of rushed ones. When the reductions were originally proposed, the board directed the district to restore positions as funding became available. Funding is now available. It's time to follow through on that commitment. APT respectfully asks the board to restore all positions that the trustees identified as a 3 during the budget prioritization process. These positions are recognized as essential to supporting students, maintaining the quality of education Pleasanton families expect, and providing equitable opportunities for every child. Imagine a first grader with type 1 diabetes. Every day, the health service assistant monitors her blood sugar, catches the drop before it becomes a crisis, and keeps her in class instead of in the office or worse. Without that person available throughout the day, her teacher is managing 24 kids with varying needs on top of a complex medical situation. That student's ability to learn, simply to be safe at school, and the teacher's ability to focus on education depends on a classified staff member that is still on the reduction list tonight. Now follow her through the rest of the day. She goes to PE, where a specialist runs a program that isn't just exercise. For a diabetic kid, regulated physical activity is part of managing her condition. She goes to science, where hands-on learning helps her understand state standards and fosters her curiosity. In the afternoon, her reading intervention teacher pulls her small group, the session that is closing the gap. And at the end of the day, she has music. She plans to join band or strings like her 5th grade sibling, since that's her favorite creative outlet and where she gets to shine. Every one of those positions is still proposed for reduction tonight. Science specialists, PE specials, band and strings, elementary intervention specialists, health service assistants, reading intervention staff. These are not enrichment. They are the architecture of an elementary school day. The impact doesn't stop at elementary. At secondary level, we are still looking at cuts to counselors, wellness center support specialists, secondary intervention specialists, health service assistants, school secretaries, technology specialists, and integration specialists. These are the people students go to when they are struggling academically, emotionally, socially. Cutting them doesn't make those mental health or other critical needs disappear. It means someone with an already full workload has to find a way to meet them. And many of these are classified staff who hold the schools together every single day. Beyond the educational impact, there's a practical reality that cannot be ignored. There is not a complete implementation plan for elementary reductions. No finalized bell schedules have been developed. No comprehensive prep schedules have been created. Families and teachers are left without answers to fundamental questions about how instruction, intervention, supervision, and contractual time will be delivered. They don't even know when school will start and end each day. Today, we are only 6 weeks away from the start of school. Many of the administrators, teachers, and staff members with the expertise needed to solve these complex scheduling challenges are away for the summer. Moving forward with reductions of this magnitude without a credible implementation plan in place places unnecessary risk on students, staff, and school operations. To pause the reductions labeled 3 for 1 year costs just over $3 million. Just under 16% of the addition. Am I boring you, Justin? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Please, no.
He's not paying attention. Just under 16% of the additional funding outlined in the May revision, and preserve just over 26 full-time positions. That is not an act of fiscal irresponsibility. It is an investment in doing right. APT respectfully asks you to restore the remaining priority positions plus any remaining reductions for 1 year, and use this time to work collaboratively with all stakeholders to build a thoughtful, sustainable path for Pleasanton schools. Our students deserve thoughtful planning. Our staff deserves stability. Our family deserves transparency, and together we can provide all three. Pleasanton students deserve the best, and I apologize.
Okay, next we have Ryan Kelly from the California School Employee Association. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and cabinet.
Make sure you have the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Short girl problems, excuse me. Good evening, board members and cabinet. There are 2 items that I would like to address this evening I believe deserve particular attention. First, I want to speak about the discussion of increasing board's compensation at a time when the district continues to face right-sizing and budget and achieving long-term fiscal solvency. The conversation sends the wrong message. Our district classified personnel continue to do more with less while remaining among the lowest paid employees compared to our neighboring districts. Many of our members are still paid well below the regional average. Additionally, Pleasanton Unified's reserves remain below state required 3% minimum. Given these realities, discussing an increase on board compensation is both discouraging to the employees who have already made a tremendous sacrifice and is fiscally imprudent. The second issue I would like to discuss, the second issue is the discussion to spend district funds on a search firm for a new superintendent. We understand the importance of selecting the right leader. You already have one in-house. Spending between $25,000 and possibly $75,000 and over on an outside agency is difficult to justify when our district continues to face financial challenges. CSEA has begun gathering feedback from our classified members regarding the superintendent selection process. Based on the responses we have received so far, I can say with confidence that the overwhelming majority of our members do not support spending district funds on an outside search firm. Instead, they support appointing Ed Dialazzo as Pleasanton's Unified new superintendent. Ed knows our district, our employees, our students, and our community. He has demonstrated his commitment to Pleasanton Unified, understands the challenges we face, and can provide stability and continuity our district needs without additional cost from an outside search. I would like to close with this. As one-time revenues become available, the board's first priority should be restoring our reserves to meet the state's required 3% minimum. Beyond that, those funds should be preserved to invest in the employees who have carried this district through difficult financial times. They should be available to support fair compensation in the coming year and to ensure that classified employees are not once again placed on the chopping block. I respectfully ask the board to listen to the voices of the employees who serve this district every day. Our classified professionals have already made significant sacrifices. It's time to invest in the retaining and dedicated employees who keep our schools running and provide the stability our students, families, and community deserve. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. I'm going to go through some expectations. Public comment is for anything that is not on the agenda tonight. To address the board, please complete a public comment card and submit it to staff before the meeting or prior to the relevant agenda item. That's for anything else later tonight. Couple guidelines I'd like everyone to keep in mind. Speakers tonight will be called in random order. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes and 3 minutes only for each agenda item. Comments must be respectful and comply with the board and applicable laws. In accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code 54954.3, the board may not take action or engage on the discussion on items not on the agenda, and in general will not respond to public comment. However, trustees may respond or refer matters to staff or request a future agenda item. I'd like to ask everyone tonight to be respectful for the 3-minute allotment time. So with that stated, do we have any comments for public comment not on the agenda tonight? Oh, all that for no. Okay, well, keep all that in mind for as we go through other agenda items later tonight, because the same rules will apply. Okay, so next we have on the agenda is a new section this year, which is called the Message from the Board. In general, this is a statement that is identified from an individual trustee who will speak on behalf of the entire board. Tonight, I am taking the honor to speak on behalf of the board. This is just some information as a reminder of the trustee's role. In California, school board members are elected to act as public officials responsible for the governance of school districts. Their primary roles include several different things, such as establishing and monitoring district policies, approving the annual budget, and also known as the Local Control and Accountability Plan. We also know that in education lingo is the LCAP, and also for the hiring and evaluating the district superintendent. These roles can be broken down into several core functions: setting direction, creating a shared vision and goals for the district that reflect the values of the local community. Tonight, we will see that on the agenda. The district and the superintendent has led this initiative for a refresh to modify the vision and mission and direction, so we'll be hearing more about that tonight. Another responsibility is structuring for success. This goes back to the policy world. Trustees really rule and manage the policies of the district. We often lean on CSBA policy templates, but ultimately it's the board that adopts and approves these policies. In general, it also includes approving curriculum, which is aligned to the state standards, overseeing facilities, ratifying and collective bargaining agreements. And many of these items are on tonight, including an approval second hearing for our LCAP, as well as a budget approval as well. Another important role is ensuring accountability. This is a really important one. Obviously, with a lot of our discussions in regards to monitoring student achievement data, adjusting finances, and holding the superintendent responsible for district performance. Once again, we'll be highlighting this as well with the LCAP and the budget. There are other areas that we talk about in regards to community leadership. Ultimately, our role as a trustee is to advocate for our students, our residents, and where we are elected by our voters. And so we really wanted to take the time to highlight this information because there are a lot of key topics tonight, and it's important just to remember that we as trustees are enacting on behalf of the residents, and our entire board is dedicated to our roles and helping ensuring fidelity and ultimately support for our students. So thank you. That is the message from the board tonight. With that, I'm going to pass it off to President Geisels for the superintendent's report. Oh, what? I'm sorry. Oh my God, tongue twisted. Sorry. Dr. Geisels, our superintendent. I gave you a new job title.
Thank you, President
Sorry.
Nakashi. Want to welcome again the new administrators, Lisa Padway, acting principal at Vintage Hills, Erica Rich, VP at Donlin, and Sarah Knox, director of secondary education. Also, I want to give a big shout out to the Pleasanton Cultural Arts Council, PCAC, and Youth Excellence Awards. If you have not seen the paintings, the art, the sketching in the hallway, please do. It's just phenomenal, just absolutely phenomenal. So congratulations to the participating student artists whose work is displayed outside, again in the boardroom. Check it out. Tonight we're going to be taking a look at the strategic plan. We put so much into it that should go hopefully pretty quickly. Thank you to everyone, particularly Suzanne Frey, who did so much of the organization in that, and I appreciate it. I want to talk again about school funding advocacy. And you know, last time I think I spoke that Trustee Carrion and Trustee McCaughey, we went up there with Evan Branning, the APT president, and I think we put a dent in the universe. And then we got a call just the week before last to go up there again. We went up there, a couple more people, more board members. They actually paid attention to us. It's really interesting because I've noted that the professional lobbyists make a change, they make a difference, but individual board members, superintendents and the like, they really listened to us. It was the Senate Appropriations Committee, and what had happened is that it's complicated, but the calculation changed from LCAP to ADA funding and the one-time money. We don't know how that's going to translate yet, but the Senate swayed the Assembly just from that visit. And I think as importantly, we'll find out in August, we very well may have put a dent in Senate Bill 1204. And what that means is we want to increase the base without taking away any money for supplemental and concentration funds and lift up the whole cake, but not bifurcate us even more because we're in the lower 10 percentile. And if they fund unduplicated count students more, that will just take away from us further. So what's important to note, it started with 2 or 3 districts. We are part of the founders of those 2 or 3 districts. We're up to 60 districts now, 350,000 students. And I really want to thank Trustee Jones for putting a bug in our ear, my ear, and really giving me counsels to do that. And I want to thank our labor partners too. And Ryan, thank you too. You couldn't go, but you're there in spirit and in letter writing. And we're committed to this. This is not episodic. This is a movement. We know we're not going to get this far this year, but we get attention because we're the sleeping giants. So here we go. In construction, a lot of things going on. We had an LSL community meeting. TK expansion projects are still on the way with Donlin, Fairlands, and Walnut Grove. Our middle school improvements are really looking good. I'm starting to see turf out there. Those should all be done by the beginning of the year. If you have not had a chance to drive by First and Burnell, do it because the Ed Options is completely scraped. We're going out there tomorrow, and I'm going to check it out. And then also, we went to Amador this week, and is it a beehive out there? There's trenches for redoing the pipes, conduits for electricity, water, gas. They're carving out the inside of the theater right now. There's probably 50 construction workers working on the locker rooms. All where the portables were by the baseball field are completely scraped, and they are hustling and moving quickly. And of course, the Foothill project is under budget and on time also, so that's great. I wanted to announce that annual online registration opens July 6th. And step 1 is to join in with Future Fund. You're going to get a letter from me. When is that coming out, Suzanne? Now? Great. And that supports our schools, PTA, PFCs, boosters, and PPIE. Thank you for all your donations, and it's a part of giving volunteerism. And, you know, California schools, we have to understand that we have to share in the participation of funding schools. It's just a reality in California. It has been since Prop 13, and particularly here in Pleasanton, because again, we're in the lowest decile of funding, plus we, with so many similar districts in the Bay Area that have parcel taxes, we don't. So thank you for your giving. So at this time of the year, the last board meeting, I'd like to address something that has become increasingly common in public discourse, not by all, just by a few, not the many. And quite frankly, it's something that's gone on nationwide, and it's trickled down right here into the locality of Pleasanton and PUSD. And I wouldn't have addressed this unless a lot of people were poking me to do it. And as a leader, I know that I have to listen to my people and stand up when they want me to stand up to something. Reasonable people can disagree about decisions. They can disagree about budgets, priorities, staffing, and governments. In fact, healthy disagreement, and I believe this, is part of our democracy. What is not healthy is when disagreement becomes disconnected from facts. Example, it was stated publicly that the superintendent's office spent over $70,000 on a thermostat for my office. I must admit, when I heard that, I wondered whether I should be checking if the thermostat also made espresso and predicted lottery tickets. Now, I say that in humor. Out there in the, this is being recorded, right? I hope so. I say that in humor, and I hope someone doesn't run with that with it's a fact, and it shows up in Next Door tomorrow. That's a joke. But the reality is far less exciting. The expenditure in question involved replacing aging HVAC control systems in nearly a 40-year-old district office building. It was built in the early 80s. For years, since I've been here, our employees, many of them are dedicated CSEA staff, have worked in conditions that were frankly unacceptable, with office temperatures reaching into 90s during the summer months in their office and dropping in the 50s during the winter. Look, people don't complain. I walk around, I'm seeing them sweating, I'm seeing them with coats. And by the way, why would I get a $70,000 thermostat when I'm hardly ever in my office and I'm in the front line? So this is just ludicrous from my perspective, but it's really disrespectful to our people. Beyond basic human dignity and decency, we also have legal, OSHA, and workplace safety obligations to provide a safe and functional work environment. These are not difficult facts to verify. Normally, inaccurate statements are not worth the oxygen required to respond to them, but again, I'm compelled by people telling me to do so. However, when misinformation is repeatedly public, amplified on social media, twisted, and directed at individual employees or administrators, I can't simply let it go by or uncorrected. I am particularly concerned when dedicated public servants are singled out by name and accused of mismanagement, greed, or incompetence without any evidence. The people who serve this district extraordinarily hard on behalf of our students, often under difficult circumstances and frequently with far less recognition than they deserve. As we move forward as a community, I hope we can model something better for our students. They are watching us. Children are learning from what citizenship looks like, what leadership looks like, and how adults handle disagreement. If someone wishes to engage in board meetings or even online, or perhaps serve on a school board, I would respectfully suggest that a platform built on facts, solutions, civility, and service is far stronger than one built on outrage, accusations, and personal attacks. Pleasanton needs thoughtful people willing to listen, learn, ask hard questions, and work together to solve difficult problems. In other words, it needs the same qualities we hope to instill in every student, every child who walks across our graduation stage. And this is the last board meeting of the year. You get July off. Many of the team members deserve a very well-deserved vacation, and I just want to say to your families, have a great summer. Take the time, go swimming, roll down your window and let the wind blow back your hair, and be good to each other.
Okay, thank you. From there, we're going to go to the consent agenda. What I'm going to do right now is actually open this for public comment for anything on the consent agenda. Okay, seeing none, I will close it. And with that, I'm looking for a motion for the consent agenda, unless if there is a particular item that a trustee would like to pull for discussion. In general, the consent agenda is items that are routine in nature and is categorized and organized under the various departments. So as you take a look, you can see there are agenda items under the superintendent's office, human resources. We also have business services as well as educational services. Do we have any requests for anything to be pulled? Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so next we have on the agenda is the report discussion and action. So as you take a look at this section of the agenda, some items are for report and discussion only. Others are for discussion and action. The way we typically go through this section of the agenda is to have us go through the particular agenda item. Staff and the district will give their report. Then we will open it up for any questions from the trustees, then to public comment with the information that I shared with expectations that I highlighted earlier. Then we'll bring it back to the board for any other additional comments, and then if it requires action, we'll also have board action taken. So with that, there's no, I'm just saying in general for the items. So with that, as Trustee Carrion's giving as an example, our first agenda item is report and discussion only. Potential surplus of unused portion of Donlin Elementary School. And I just would like to also highlight the notation for the minutes is for the expectation for staff for their time allotment. That does not necessarily mean that that's the time allotment for the entire discussion. So with that, I'm going to pass it to which person is it's for Ahmad, and guideline is no more than 10 minutes for the presentation, and we'll bring it back to the board. Thank you.
Good evening, board, staff, and community. I'm going to ask, we have Dominic Dutra with Dutra Consulting. They're going to join us for this presentation, answer questions. So tonight we're going to, this is a discussion item and a presentation discussion. The board specifically asked before any action be taken on the Donlin property. They wanted to have an initial discussion with some review of options for them. So we'll kind of cover some of the work to date, some development options, and then answer some questions that the board has, and then have a discussion. So to date, several months ago, back in January, the board convened a 7-Eleven committee that included members of the public. This is a very formal process that's outlined in Education Code when a district is considering surplusing property for sale or lease. We went through 3 public meetings. They were very well attended, and the committee voted unanimously to declare the property surplus and presented their work to the board of trustees on May 14th. And so now that the next natural step would be to then evaluate that and then declare the property surplus. And so in that process, we're bringing information to the board and seeking direction. From the neighborhood meetings, and you heard some of them during the May 14th meeting. There were concerns about traffic and pedestrian safety. There were individuals within the community and the greater community that advocated for workforce housing or affordable housing. We also heard advocacy for more green space and parks, and some internal improvements to either kids club expansion or better field space. And then there was concerns that the funds from the sale should not be used for ongoing general fund expenditures. There was also concerns about the type of housing. Different individuals had different opinions about it should either match or be more dense type of housing. I wanted to indicate that the sale of the Donlin property is part of the district's asset management planning work, and it's very much tied together with other efforts that the district has ongoing. And so first and foremost, the sale of the Donlin property, if the district were to proceed with that, any funds generating with that would need to go towards facility improvements or other property purchases. They couldn't be used for ongoing general fund expenditures. The district is also in the process of vacating approximately 7 acres at the First and Bernal property that was the former district office. And we are in the process, and every piece of that puzzle there includes rebuilding the new school, includes moving out STEAM. We have already moved out a significant portion of the district operations, and so what does remain is the operations yard. The long-term plan, which the board has provided direction to staff, is to generate revenue from the sale of that property and or invest it in workforce housing. That's what we are doing. In that regard, in terms of the operations yard, the district is in the process of identifying, being able to locate that in one of our existing school properties. However, it is an unfunded project. We need to identify funding for that project, and the sale of this property could fund that project and then unlock the entire 7 acres, unlock the revenue that would generate from the district's investments. The board can also look at paying off the remaining $5 million of the COP that is on this property. And then reminding the board and the community, this property was purchased through a complex transaction where we had a vacant, unused property that was sitting dormant. We then translated that into a property that's being utilized and now generating revenue and housing district operating operations. And so you can now kind of see that long-term asset management planning and how Donlin can fit into that efforts. Now we're going to cover some of the development options. And again, if there's questions, then we can, Dominic will be happy to answer them. The property, the total property is close to 20 acres. We're looking at an unused portion, which is about 5 acres. That's this area, which is the dark green. The school would be our largest elementary school, and we went through all those details at the last meeting. The options for the current zoning is single-family residential. I believe, Dominic, it's R65, which means it's about 6,500 square feet per house. Those are the lot sizes. It could be single-story or two-story, and that is currently zoned. There's nothing the district has to do. It's zoned. If the district decides to sell the property, it would make it a very clear pathway for a developer to stay within the current zoning and to build the homes. We would be looking at preserving or some type of walkway access. We would be allocating enough parking space, and we could consider with the way we set up the RFP, how the housing, single story or second story, can be combined in that property to minimize impacts. The next slide shows, again, a potential layout of what that housing can look like. I believe this is about 21 units. The final layout may be different depending on the developer. They may come out with a different option, but this shows housing off of a Denker, and then it shows a couple of cul-de-sacs, which is very similar to what exists in that community, with additional housing. Most of the houses would be facing Denker there. There isn't a lot that would impact the neighbors, and then the fence line would continue being here. So this is an option for single-family housing within the current zoning. This is what those homes could look like. This is just kind of options. This is like a single-family, modern. These are two-story, and you see it throughout Pleasanton in the newer developments. Another option, which is outside of the current zoning, would be to allocate the property for townhomes or stacked, flat lots. These could be 2 to 3 story townhomes and apartments. They could range from, the smaller 1 bedroom to the larger 2 or 3 bedroom. This would be much more significant density. About how many units, Dominic, would this potential layout have?
On the 4 acres, that would be approximately 96 to over 120 homes.
Okay. And so that would require zoning changes if it was developed by a developer. There are other pathways that if it stayed within a district ownership based on a variety of new legislation that the district could move those projects through. But in the typical process, this would be a very complex project to move forward. The other challenges with this type of project is that if the district were going to sell it just to a developer, the developer would know that the current zoning doesn't meet that, and they would have a difficult time meeting those requirements. The options for the district to retain ownership would require either a ground lease, which would mean that we lease it for a very long period of time. The developer, because the district owns it, would then develop it, and then they might generate a small amount of revenue or no revenue depending on how the numbers work out. But the other challenge here is that this is not well located in terms of for workforce housing and more dense housing. It's in a residential community. So again, Dominic, I think you have some experience in these really not working out. Can you kind of discuss what the ground lease option is, and then the affordable housing and workforce housing option?
So working with school districts throughout the state of California, what you find is there's a desire, theoretically, to build potentially workforce housing or affordable housing. Every city tries to locate their more dense housing near services. And that is supported by the fact that the state, the biggest portion of the funding for affordable housing comes from what are called tax credits. They're 4% and 9% tax credits. Those tax credits are actually weighed by the state through a scoring system. It's a complex scoring system that basically says, is the property near, I'm seeing Board Member Jones seems to be familiar with this, is it close to services like medical, retail, and transportation would just be 3 examples. And to give you an example, within the city of Fremont, there is a property already in the city of Pleasanton's housing element near on Owens Drive. It's an Oracle. It's called the Oracle piece of property. And so just to give you some perspective, it's right next to BART. It's right next to services, as I've indicated. And the density allocation for that property is somewhere in the order of 155 to 215 units on 3 acres. This is a 4-acre property that is more of a townhome style project. Now, with all that said, in the last couple of years, working with Napa Valley Unified School District, and I can share this because it's public information, they wanted to look at 2 parcels that they had, one in American Canyon, one in Napa, that are kind of surplus like this that would be lower density. We put out an RFP. We had an entity come in and said, we think we can do this. And we went through a good faith negotiating process with that entity and ultimately found out that, in fact, the state scoring system would not even allow that to happen. We couldn't come up with a feasible financial plan to do it. So the most likely property to do this sort of project would be something that would be, again, closer to transit. You get more density We also find that with especially with school districts throughout the state, typically, not all the time, but typically they're trying to target new teachers that are either just starting or just started and have been at the district for a relatively short period of time to give them transition housing so they can get ensconced in that community and then buy housing later. And so they themselves want to be closer to this sort of transit and other type of services. So the site itself is a good site, but with its current single-family detached type of zoning and general plan, it would be most likely that it would be this 21-unit single-family detached 1 to 2 story project.
Thank you, Dominic. And then if the district were going to move forward on its own, it would need funding, and there is no funding mechanism to build the housing on our own in terms of being both an owner of the housing complex and the property as well. So again, I'm sorry I went over a few minutes, but we're happy to answer any questions and have discussions.
Okay, so what we're going to do is bring it back to the board for questions. Trustee Brown.
So for the townhome option, I'm a bit confused in that you said that it's 2-story, but you show a 3-story elevation as part of your examples. But based on the current zoning and density, you're saying it's 21 units, single family, detached. So we would need what did you say was the total number of units if you were to just do like a 2-story shared wall townhouse project?
Yeah, if we go back to that slide one more back, there you go. So this is literally taken from a site plan that was created by the builder developer that we selected in Napa to kind of see what we would end up. And if you look at it, you'll see that it's 24 to 30 units per acre. Those are 2 and 3-story products. So you typically would have a 2-story product that would face existing single-family detached if you're going to do an internal infill project. The 3-story, as you can see, it's a different density. There you go. That's a 3-story. So that's 24 to 30 units. And again, we're at about 4 acres on the property that we're looking at. So if you just do the quick math, it's about 96 to 130 units or so.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, did I hear your question?
I was thinking of a product in between the two. This seems too extreme for me for that for that neighborhood, that property.
I would agree. So your typical project, townhome project, again, 2-story, 3-story. You might have 3-story, you might have just all 2-story. Are going to be, is a good point, somewhere in the 16 to 18 unit. That's a typical townhome project that would be 2 to 3, so it would be even less than this. So again, doing the math, at 16 units, 4 acres. That's 64 units to, and again, those are difficult to find where you just don't get the yield.
Okay. Yeah, no, understood. But that would require a change in zoning.
Absolutely. Yeah. General plan and zoning change, correct.
Okay. All right. And then, so for the single-family home option without requesting a zoning exemption, what is the typical yield for the acreage in current market rates?
21. You're talking about with that, the project that you saw on this.
For the land, what's the approximate yield per acre? Or market price, yes.
Oh, good point. So you have 21 units, just rule of thumb, those houses are in the 2s and 3,000 square foot range, likely in this market would probably sell for, say, $2 million, just to kind of get a broad range. And kind of rule of thumb and trying to determine underlying land value is 25 to 35% of that would be the lot value. So once they went through an 18 to 24-month process of getting approvals, once they got that, the property would be worth, say, 500,000. I'm sorry. 500. I'm sorry. Help me on the math there. 400,000 or say, let's say, a lot.
Okay.
So that gives you to 21. I think it's going to be somewhere in the $12 million range plus.
Okay. That's the number I was looking for, ballpark. Thank you.
I think maybe repeat that information. I've got trustees taking notes on that.
Can you repeat that again?
I didn't hear you.
Could you please repeat that?
The
information that was just highlighted.
The approximate land value price for that single-family home option.
It's going to be $12 million plus is what I'm guessing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just other questions?
No, I was just trying to summarize the question.
Other questions? Trustee Carrion.
I have a comment question. So my comment first, because it goes into my question, is that I'm not really sold on this as an idea, and it's because, number one, it feels like this is our last bit of property that we own. Is that correct? Or do we have more property that in the future we could sell?
Well, I mean, it all depends on timing and circumstances and stuff. This is one of our elementary schools that's 15 acres. Even with the reduction, it's about 19 acres. Even with this reduction, it would remain to be the largest elementary school in Pleasanton. We again, looked at both the demographic information and we looked at both the flexibility for the future, and it was deemed that the property size would not warrant needing this large property.
Okay, but that's not exactly what I'm asking. And my other question is, I guess, more directed, I know you had the answer to this, is when we talk about affordable housing, we may have a different idea. I'm thinking again of my son, who's an aerospace engineer, who went through the Pleasanton system, and his wife, who works at Livermore Lab, and I don't think they can afford affordable housing. So I need exact numbers. How much would it cost for someone to buy a house? And would someone like Charlie be able to buy a house there? So I need those exact numbers before I be sold on
And
this.
what they would be
Yes.
purchasing a house here for?
Yes.
My guess is going to be about $2 million.
And that's considered affordable housing?
No. That's for the single-family detached homes.
Okay, so what would the affordable housing be?
Well,
Just
that's
remember that Pleasanton does require a 15% set aside for affordable housing, so that we would still be complying with those requirements.
That's correct. So the city on this parcel, if were sold as a 21-unit, single-family detached project, they would require, let's say, 15% of those to be affordable or to pay an in-lieu fee.
Okay, but I'm still, what is affordable? What will that cost?
And this is the city's definition, not my definition, but they're going to basically take, and this is actually driven by the state mandate, what they require is they look at the average median income. So they would take the average median income of the population in that area, and they would basically say, we want to look at what those people could afford if they use 30% of their money that they earn. So let's just say they make $100,000 a year. If they're spending 30%, which is supposed to be the affordable standard for a purchasing house, then they would be spending $30,000 a year on a mortgage, whatever that calculates out to over 12 months. That's what they would then sell these for. So generally speaking, they would sell for about a third, just to give you a rule of thumb.
A third of $2 million.
That's correct. And I'm not suggesting that that's affordable. My daughter's a special ed teacher, so believe me, I completely agree with you. What I'm just suggesting is that this parcel, not just me, but the state and various other municipalities, what they're trying to do to address this issue is to say, my daughter lives in an 824 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath house and is thrilled to death.
Just did the math? Okay.
Charlie probably has a better idea than I do. And so what they're trying to do is establish, again, properties like the 3-acre property in the housing element on Owens Drive, that's right next to BART, and say that's where we should be putting our focus in terms of funds and energy. Because not only will that property owner, let's say the district owned it, have to say, I want to sell it, but it has to have the underlying zoning, and it has to be able to qualify for the tax credit financing and other levels of financing, which this property would not fare well.
So you're saying this property would not have
It would
affordable
not fare well.
housing? It would not have.
It would not
affordable
score
housing.
well, no.
I think that was why I added the slide that in the overall asset management, what we're trying to do is to be able to unlock our First and Bernal property. So the funds that we generate, if we generate the most value from this property, we'll be able to get to our larger goal, which is getting to being able to sell that property for the highest value and then investing that in an existing housing stock that we have, which then the district can both generate revenue from and control the specific parameters of how much it sets aside for teacher housing, workforce housing, what those, we won't be bound by any type of restrictions because we'll be the owner operator. So that is part of that larger planning is to be able to take those dollars and invest it in that manner. If we were to, for example, go through a process, a difficult process to get this rezoned for some type of high density, more density that was geared more towards affordable housing, we would not have as much control, and then we would also not be able to get the funding needed to unlock the First and Bernal property.
Trustee Carrion, I want to go back to your questions. The first question, because I want to make sure you got it answered, if we can answer it. I think your question was along the line of maybe the interest was like, well, and it could happen. What if the enrollment grows down the line?
That is my question.
And then what other property do we have, right? And so that, actually, you answered part of it, I think. So I think concrete and specifically what we have is, of course, the Bernal property, right? But there's also a piece of property above Bernal, which is the baseball field.
Correct.
I think it's leased till
Correct.
2034.
Correct. Yeah,
And then the other thing is, I think it's worth asking the question, which you were alluding to, what's the total acreage of Dahlin without the extra property? What's the total acreage?
The total acreage is about 19.
And what's that size for an elementary school? What's the gauge on that?
Our typical elementaries will range from, anywhere from 5 to 6 to 8 or 9.
So it's a large footprint. You said it's our largest school. It's actually our largest piece of land for a school. Now, the other piece that we're talking about here, how many acres is that?
It's about 5 acres.
It's about 5 acres.
So we still be about 14 acres. And the majority of the growth is in the Alisal area, and so that is, we're looking at, making sure Alisal more has capacity, Walnut Grove has capacity, and Leidixon has capacity. So we did a really thorough review of capacity needs.
So thank you, Mr. Shikolasami. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, looking for other questions. Just a reminder, we have a full agenda tonight, so this is discussion only. Other questions, please.
I just have one. There's no revenue generation from the ground lease option, correct? Or very little?
It would be very little in this situation, most likely. I mean, that's been Dominic and.
That's correct, yes. It would be nothing for a long period of time or very
Nothing
low.
for a long period. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just have a few questions. What are the other options for this particular plot of land? I know we did get some communication from some residents throwing out other options, for example, perhaps renting it out as a field facility for public use for sports events, other options for potential renting of that space. I understand this presentation gears to selling the land and how that would be used, but just asking, because it was an earnest question asked by some emails sent to us, so I think it's fair to ask that question.
Sure. So in terms of utilizing it as a field, its condition is very poor. It would need a significant amount of investment to upgrade it to a usable, field that would garner interest. Secondly, there is a considerable amount of number of fields in Pleasanton, both within the city that they manage very well, as well as new district fields that we have now built, right, in terms of our middle schools. So I think the capacity that we have doesn't really, we would not generate a significant amount of money from renting field because there's a lot of field space available. And typically, most fields that are utilized and rented, you're just trying to break even. You're really not trying to, because the water usage, all of the maintenance that's required in it. Through this process, we will, if the district does move forward with declaring a surplus for sale or lease, we would give first right of purchase to the city and other, like county and other government entities. And if they felt they needed a new field, they could negotiate with us and purchase it for that purpose. But the district is not in, we're in the business of educating students and taking care of their physical education needs during that. And then as a secondary benefit, our fields are available to the community, while the city's has a more primary responsibility in terms of community use of fields.
Okay, so my next question would be more in regards to expanding on Trustee Carrion's question as it relates to, just to confirm that this is the last surplus plot of land for the district. So, in other words, I just wanted to confirm that that is true, in addition to the Burnell property. After the sale of the vineyard property that was done a year and a half ago, this is the last surplus of land that the district currently has?
So the district property is available. We can change the use of it, but in terms of field non-developed, it is this field and the Bernal field.
Okay, so and I'm just kind of expanding, I can't speak on behalf of Trustee Karen, but like basically, what options would it be for the district hypothetically if this land was sold and then 15 years from now, let's say we have another high increase of enrollment, because actually the demographic reports actually allude to that, not necessarily right now, but down the road. What options would the district have at that point if they had to figure out additional schooling capacity? Has that been considered or discussed in this planning process? What would be the options be for the district at that point in time?
So it depends on where the students, if the students are generated from significant new housing, let's say other lands are opened up, those carry with them developer fees, and depending on the size of the project, again, if it's a very large development, then we would enter negotiations that they would need to allocate land for a new school. If it's students generated from resale of housing in the same kind of geographic areas that we currently are, not based on new houses, then the district continues to have options of increasing capacity at its existing schools. Donlin, when it was going, the Donlin, Fairlands, or any of these schools can go to 2 stories. But again, you have to remember that once you pass 750 or that your elementary school becomes large. There's a lot of impacts to traffic and so on and so forth that happen. So that was another thing, that in terms of Donlin becoming larger, it has a very large capacity as it exists, and is probably within what we would kind of say a good size elementary. And so that kind of is my response to those questions.
Okay, my last question, then we'll move along for public comment on this item, is related in regards to ultimately what is the long-term scope of this discussion? Because I notice on tonight's agenda it's only for discussion only. So you're providing information to the board as well as to the public on the options of what could be done with this property if it's so deemed surplus. But what is the timeline, next steps, long-term planning related to this? Because it piques my interest on why it was identified on an agenda item for tonight, end of the year cycle and timing. So I'd like to get clarification on that question. And I apologize I didn't write that ahead of time. I probably would have, but thought about it in the conversation. So if you could please summarize that briefly, I appreciate it.
So these transactions from beginning of when an RFP is issued to actual execution take anywhere between 18 months to 2 years, right? And so the next step for this would be to agendize it for the board to pass a resolution to declare the property surplus. Then we would go through the next steps, which would be notifying the agencies that the district intends to sell it. We would ask for a waiver from the state to be able to do an RFP, and then we would issue an RFP, the same exact process of Vineyard. And given that it's suitable for single-family housing, that would kind of put it on that 18-month track, so that we could find a developer who would purchase it. Those dollars would then be, would be our recommendation to either utilize it to pay off this COP, which would unlock ongoing revenues for the district, or we would also recommend it to be utilized for the MOT relocation, which would unlock the First and Bernal property. That's the kind of long master plan for this, and that's why there's urgency to it, because without some type of facility revenue in this sort, we will not be able to unlock the First and Bernal property, and our goal with that is to generate revenue for the district. That is the ultimate direction the board has tasked me.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay. Trustee Brown? Okay. All right, so we're going to open this item for public comment. If there's anyone from the audience that would like to come speak on this item, you're welcome to come up. If you've not had time to write a comment card, you can speak first and then fill out the comment card later. So I do see some people interested. Is there anyone that has already filled out a card? Okay, see none, then if there's anyone else that would like to come speak, yes, come on up. Just introduce yourself and then fill out a comment card. Reminder, 3 minutes only. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Choi. I believe the community deserves absolute candor. Despite what was claimed earlier, I bring forth solid facts and no misinformation or twisting of the truth. I'm here to ensure that the public knows exactly what's going on and to demand operational transparency regarding the proposal to surplus 4.7 acres of open school grounds here at Donlin Elementary. Let's look closely at the lack of procedural alignment on today's agenda. The staff presentation explicitly states that the next step was to present a formal resolution to declare the property surplus on May 26th. Yet here we are on June 25th, treating this as a discussion item. Why does the presentation timeline fail to match reality if there is the urgency that was just discussed? If one carefully examines the facts, the motivation for selling this property is clear. Staff admitted that the reason for selling the Donlin property is to, quote, unlock the Bernal property. The board has already declared the Bernal property as surplus, and in order to sell that land to developers, you cannot do that until you clear the outstanding $5 million COP loan that's directly tied to it. We should not have to sell off Donlin land to clear this loan. It's deeply concerning that Donlin was one of the last pieces of property our district has left. Why do the residents and city have to pay the price for fiscal mismanagement again by sacrificing our sole remaining neighborhood school grounds? We must also confront the deeply concerning realities of the development options that were presented tonight. Staff is showcasing a 21-unit single-family home option under the guise of matching neighborhood density, alongside an aggressive townhouse that stacked flat configuration that forces up to 30 units per acre on our school grounds. Your own presentation admits that alternative tracks like workforce housing or ground leases are not feasible due to parcel size and a lack of mass transit adjacency. We must ask whether this aggressive overdevelopment is really what you envisioned when you asked the staff to look for options for this land. Permanently erasing our open space for these dense layouts ignores the community's explicit demands for traffic safety and green space preservation. Because the presentation timeline is entirely misaligned and the development options are deeply flawed, I ask this board to either completely remove this proposal from surplus consideration tonight or commit to giving the community a clear 30-day advance notice of your intent to hold an official surplus vote. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Just for the benefit of the public, just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Gates. I am a Pleasanton citizen and a short-term Pleasanton employee. I just wanted to point out that we did have a very rigorous process looking at making this determination if Donlin would be surplus. We had, and it was alluded to in the presentation, but we did have members of the public who were at that process. We looked at all the factors. We looked at a lot of answering a lot of the questions that have been asked tonight, and so I just want to make sure people understand that the district has gone through the correct processes, and we were very clear and transparent in our discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's anyone else that would like to come up, just introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Beth Thompson. I didn't plan to speak on this, so yay for not being prepared at all. As a parent at Donlin, watching this, I do not have a problem with you selling the field. I really don't. It's a field, and it's a bad field. It's full of mole holes, it's bad grass, and the only thing that it's been used for the past 5 years, as far as I've seen, is for people to put their dogs on it and not clean up after themselves. So it's really a gem. But what I am really, really concerned about is that one of the options there was the multi-story housing that, yes, they would have to change the zoning laws, but let's face it, with aggressive developers, that's not exactly a no, is it? Not these days. And in all of the presentation, it doesn't seem like there has been any effort into putting thought into the safety of the kids. If you put that many houses in that tiny space, when there is already that much traffic there, it is a nightmare. I don't know if you've driven around Donlan, a drop-off and pick-up, but it is a dangerous place to be. Mrs. Hanafi has almost been run over I don't know how many times. And yeah, it's bad. And I really, really worry that with increased amount of people living in the area, with increased traffic, it's going to lead to an accident, and I don't want to see one of our babies hurt. I really don't. So I think whatever we do, if we are going to sell it, if we are going to develop it, much, much more thought needs to go into an actual drop-off lane, better, wider roads. Something needs to be done for the safety of our kids, because right now I don't feel like that's a priority, and I think that's where it needs to be. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'll go with Trustee Brown, then Trustee Jones, then, yes, okay.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of the reasons Beth mentioned, I prefer the single-family home option. My former planning commissioner hat, the property layout doesn't seem particularly efficient. That 21 could probably go to 24 because you've got a lot of your lots are. I haven't done the engineering, and I know this is just a draft, but I suspect that could go to 24, 25, and I would be comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with the townhouse stacked flat product for that area personally. Yeah, that's my only comment. Thank you.
I want to start off. I was on a 7-Eleven committee before for the district I teach in, and the reason why I bring that up is because it comes from your community. It comes from the people here, and I respect the members of our community who took the time to do this, the effort, the work that they did to make sure that they responsibly said we want to declare this property surplus. This was over multiple meetings, and I bring that up because they went beyond as well to support the community. They published everyone's comments. They made sure that everybody was heard, which was not a requirement. So I do just want to make sure that we respect and give credit to our community and our staff who did that, because that's not easy to do. It's a difficult position to be put in because you're also sitting there while your own community sometimes yells at you and your neighbors, which is not fun. So I wanted to start there. I've listened to people I know as well on other school boards, housing development, especially groups kind of like Eden that do this, and I listen to the local community. And for me, I think that it makes the most sense to keep this in its current zoning, because that makes it easier to not only sell this property, but to maximize the profit off of it as an R65, and to just not fight city planning, which is just not something we really want to do right now, and to maximize that profit because the buyers have stability, the neighbors are not seeing these massive 2-3 story buildings. It matches more with the community, and it's easier to make a neighborhood safer when you're not doing that large of a project. And then we could use the funds from this, as our CBO mentioned, to buy a property somewhere already built in Pleasanton, to do workforce or affordable housing on a much larger scale than just 21 or 24 houses. You would be able to do ones that could actually do potentially 10, 15% of our staff or more. So that's helping more people faster in a larger way. So I think that makes more sense. Or using the profits from this in Burnell to then, if we did want to build one like on Owens, like you mentioned, there again, with a larger number, closer to transportation, it's supporting more of our staff, more affordability, more units, it's helping more people. And so that's why for me it does make more sense. And we've seen this be successful in other districts. So yeah, I believe that we should move forward, but if we do, doing it as single family homes with the goal of that makes the most sense.
Trustee Karen.
So first of all, I do want to say that I appreciate the 7-Eleven committee. I think they put a lot of time and effort into this. And I'm just going to say that for me personally, I'm not at a yes yet. I think I am very low risk, as my fellow trustees know, and I don't like the idea of selling our last piece of property. So I just like to think of the future, you know, what's going to happen if we do get growth. I just need more answers to those questions and more answers to what kind of workforce housing somewhere else would look like and how much would it cost. And so I just wanted to say where I'm at.
I'm going to go to Walker first. Do you have any comments?
Well, I was a big proponent last time we discussed this of the workforce housing, essential workers, the teachers, because teachers need to be able to live where they work. I was a little disappointed, with 21 units, but that's the aesthetic that I would want to go for. But I would thought that more workforce housing was going to come out of those 21 units. I forgot that it's just 15% that's set aside. With that being said, I do appreciate, again, with the 7-Eleven committee, they deemed it surplus property. Again, I also want to echo the statement that safety really must remain the utmost priority. I have driven by Donlin on multiple occasions as is, and it is very crowded, and I worry about the incoming traffic and, the borders and Beth, her comment about wider lanes. That is my number one priority, is the safety of those students. On the other hand, they don't make any more land. My dad always said that. They never make more land. So I'm torn. I guess I agree with Trustee Carrion. I don't know if I'm there yet, but if we had to make a decision tonight, I would do the 21 homes.
There's no action.
The single store.
It's just discussion.
I know. I'm just saying, if I had to make a decision tonight, but yes, the aesthetic I want to remain as the neighborhood is, as is. It is today.
Okay, I saw Trustee Brown's hand up. Back to you.
Yeah, I just want to make a correction for the record. This is not the last piece of property. As the Assistant Sup mentioned, the Bernal Field above where Village High School is, that's leased to the city. That is our land. So this is not our last piece of property. And as they keep on saying, even if it's scaled down to 14 acres, it's still the largest elementary school we have in Pleasanton. So unless this board somehow feels that we're going to create another middle school at some point in the future, then I don't understand the argument that it's our last piece of property.
Very robust discussion. So I do have a couple comments. I would just like for awareness that 5 years ago, approximately at this time, the board at that time was making the difficult decision on whether to build a school on this particular land. And my goodness, where would we be now if that school was there? So my point is that we as a board do need to be careful thinking about long-term thinking and strategic planning. Whether we argue how many assets the district has now or will have in the future, I do feel torn as well, really more from a perspective of a desire of my core beliefs in regards of protecting land, consideration of potential multiple uses for the property, but also with the reality of where we are now and where the decisions that the previous board has made and where we are now. That said, for example, I'm not happy that there is a sense of urgency of selling this land to help deal with a COP for this particular property, as well as trying to deal with moving the MOT, because there was a decision to move the property for the district office to this site, which had that not been done, we wouldn't be even having potentially this conversation for this sense of urgency for dealing with debt the district currently has, the COP. That said, we have to be realistic because that's where we are now. So the point being is I do think that the board needs to be really thoughtful and think strategically what will be best for our community, dealing with the housing crisis and some of the challenges of making homes affordable, whereas also being cognizant of what would make sense for this particular area of land. I would recommend that as a follow-up that perhaps we could have some additional communications with the board on additional options, different scenarios, or just helping the board think about this as we go through this discussion. We understand there's a timeline projected and recommended, but clearly based upon tonight's conversation, I think that would be very beneficial for the board so that we can be very sound in the decisions that we do moving forward. So that would just be my comment. If there's no other comments, this is discussion only. So we'd like to thank everyone tonight for the discussion, and we look forward to hearing more from the staff and the district. Thank you, Dominic, for coming tonight. Thank you. All right, moving on. We are going to go to discussion action, contracts with Exploring New Horizons and Web of Life, 5th grade outdoor education, highlighted as one of the responsibilities of the board, overseeing curricular decisions. So we have David. Thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes for the actual presentation and then the Q&A from the board.
President McCoskey, I'll actually start it. So thank you.
Sorry, we'll direct it to you. No
I'll
worries.
actually have the next few items, and hopefully they're brief presentations for the board. So this is a action item, as stated, and good evening to everybody. The two contracts that we have before the board are for the outdoor education program. I'm hoping that all of you know the outdoor education program for 5th grade. It's the opportunity to explore and be out in the wilderness and work on science standards, next generation science standards. So the two contracts that we have before you listed in the agenda item is one is for Exploring New Horizons, and that is for a total of $384,254. And then the other one is for the Web of Life contract, and that's $41,538. The reason why we have two contracts for outdoor education is you can see the breakdown of the schools that have actually contracted with the specific vendor. And so the two schools for Web of Life are Moore and Vintage Hills, and then the rest of the schools are asking approval for the contract for Exploring New Horizons. So that's our presentation and our recommendation.
Questions? Trustee Brown?
I'm going to ask the question. So in the past, we've had a lot of parent feedback around, quote, standardizing as a district. But ultimately the teachers are the ones that are volunteering their time, even though they get a stipend to cover their costs. Has those discussions around standardizing on one preferred outdoor ed program progressed, or no?
I would say the discussions have progressed, but you can see the outcome is still every school has the opportunity to really determine where they want to go, how much they want to spend, and so forth.
Okay. As a parent that's had 3 kids go through this program as well, I love the program. I also respect the teachers, the fact that teachers are volunteering their time to do this, and it's not a contractual requirement that they do this. So I'm being respectful of that, but at the same time asking the question on behalf of the parents that have raised this to us before. So,
Director Schrag, do you have anything to add with that question from Trustee Brown?
We did have the discussion last year, actually more of around a budget, kind of cost-saving effort, and we looked at a possibility of standardizing where schools would go kind of on a single week. 2 schools would share a week, and one would go Monday through Wednesday, and another school would come Wednesday through Friday. But the time restriction and the kind of the parent communities and the schools themselves with the staff didn't feel like that was met their needs, and so it was pretty clear from staff and from parent communities they liked going where they wanted to go, and so we wanted to honor that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? I think I have a question. Just for clarification, I see the district is able to pay for the funding for the outdoor education opportunities for our students. clarification, stipends had been available to help support teachers. Was that resolved in terms of supporting stipends for outdoor ed through PPIE, I believe? Was that?
Yeah, as a reminder to the board, we did get contribution from our foundation, our Pleasanton PPIE Foundation. I don't have the number, I can't recall it, but what's that? 45,000. Yeah.
It's J.6 on the list that you have in front of you.
I can't remember.
Right, but I wanted to reconfirm that for the benefit of the public who might
There
be
was
listening, just to know that that will be supported and funded.
Yeah, there's support for those stipends.
Great, thank you. All right, those are all the questions I have. Any other questions? Okay, then we're going to open this item for public comment. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to come speak on this particular item, you're more than welcome to come up now. Seeing none, we'll come back to the board for any concluding comments before we look for a particular vote. Motion. Okay, then we're looking for a motion.
I motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any other concluding comments before we take vote? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That's great to hear. Next, we have a discussion, action, adoption of the curriculum for the 5th grade. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, no, we did public comment. Sorry. Sorry. Discussion, action, adoption for curriculum for the 5th grade, adolescent human growth and development. I believe this is the second hearing on this particular item. Yes. Okay. So, and who do I have the pleasure to speak on this particular item?
I'll
Back
kick
to
it
you,
off
Ed.
again. Yes, thank you again, President McCaughey. So yes, this is the second reading. As a reminder to the board and community, we had the public hearing at the last board meeting, provided a significant presentation regarding this particular item. And so our recommendation tonight is to adopt the curriculum for 5th grade adolescent human growth and development. We have a very brief presentation by Director Schrag. I believe it's a few slides, so David, go ahead.
Okay. On June 11th, good evening, everyone. Good evening, board and executive cabinet and community. On June 11th, staff presented the results of our health education supplemental materials review and conducted the required public hearing. Since that meeting, materials have remained available for public review, and we have met all requirements associated with this adoption process. Tonight, we are returning with a recommendation for board action regarding a supplemental health education resource for grade 5. This evening's presentation will be brief. We'll review the pilot and public review process, summarize the committee's recommendation, and then ask the board to consider approval of the recommended supplemental resource. The recommendation was teacher-driven, a committee consisting of 9 5th grade teachers representing multiple school sites, along with district curriculum staff, reviewed materials throughout the spring. Teachers received training, piloted lessons in classrooms, gathered feedback, and participated in the consensus process. In addition, materials have been available for public review since May 18th, and the board has held the required public hearing on June 11th. As we shared previously, health education encompasses 6 content areas within the California Health Framework. The focus of this recommendation is growth, development, and sexual health, which is a required component of health instruction and includes age-appropriate learning related to puberty and adolescent development. This slide illustrates that the growth and development instruction is specifically identified within the grade 5 standards and serves as part of a developmental progression that continues into middle and high school. Our goal is to identify a resource that is developmentally appropriate, medically accurate, and aligned with California requirements. The committee evaluated materials through 4 district lenses. First, compliance with the California Healthy Youth Act. Second, equity and inclusion. Third, implementation support for teachers. And fourth, curriculum scope and appropriateness. These lenses helped ensure that instructional quality and practical implementation considerations. The committee evaluated, beg your pardon. After reviewing multiple programs, piloting instruction, gathering feedback, and engaging in a consensus process, the committee unanimously recommends Puberty Talk from Health Connected as a supplemental grade 5 health education resource. Teachers found the program to be well organized, medically accurate, age appropriate, and highly supportive of effective classroom implementation. I want to mention last time when we met how we had great presentation from our 5th grade teachers on how it was a really helpful resource, especially on a topic as sometimes potentially awkward as sexual health for students. The curriculum includes instruction related to trusted adults and resources, wellness and self-care, human growth and reproduction, healthy relationships, consent and personal boundaries, and age-appropriate discussions of identity and development. These topics align closely with the California Guidance for Grade 5 Health Instruction. If approved, all fifth grade teachers will receive curriculum materials, 6 hours of professional learning and implementation support. Families will receive advanced notification opportunities to review materials, information regarding parent webinars, and all required opt-out information consistent with, state law. One important point, PUSD remains committed to fostering safe, inclusive, and welcoming schools for all students consistent with the California law and our district values. We will continue to provide age-appropriate instruction that reflects state standards while respecting the diverse beliefs and backgrounds of our families. Should families request an accommodation or opt out, the district will review those requests on a case-by-case basis, considering the specific circumstances and applicable legal guidance. So in closing, I want to thank the teachers, curriculum, and I know that we have Melissa Schussel, who is here, who was one of those teachers. Thank them for their hard work and reviewing thoroughly these materials. And the recommendation before you reflects months of review, classroom piloting, public transparency, and teacher consensus. And we respectfully recommend the board approval of Health Connected's Puberty Talk as the Grade 5 supplemental health education resource.
Thank you, Mr. Schrag. And so President McCaughey and board, the cost is $10,400, and we'll use instructional material funds to purchase this curriculum. And as required, we had the curriculum available to the public. It was actually, I think I saw it circulating up there with all of you. There's a binder there. There it is. And that was provided to the public at the district office right down the hall. So thank you. That's our presentation and recommendation.
Questions? Trustee Brown?
Just one question. The $10,400, that's for how long?
It's just for initial training for the teachers and then to buy the teacher binders for the remaining teachers who did not pilot. So we will continue to have training available, but the initial training will be the biggest cost.
So when would we next expect a cost associated with fifth grade adolescent human growth and development?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What additional costs in the future would we expect in this area?
I think with teachers, new fifth grade teachers who come, we will be needing training for them, but I do not expect them. And again, as we said at the last meeting, this is kind of a 16-year wait, moving away from just around the corner. So it's an important improvement.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Cameron?
So I just want to say this is a huge improvement of when I had to teach this. And I just have one question. Are they still separating them into groups, or they're all doing it together?
Together.
Okay, great.
It's much more developmentally appropriate. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? I think my question is about the training. If you could give a little more information on the cost for the training. As I assume there's a trainer coming in and then an expectation to turnkey later, meaning turnkey, meaning using district staff to further help and provide coaching support at the site level, or can you explain a little bit more about what the training plan is?
Yeah, it will be an outside trainer, and again, there's a group of 9 teachers have already received the training, so we will be able to use teachers to train each other as well. And again, depending on how many new fifth grade teachers we have year over year, we'll have to determine whether we have the outside trainer come back in for additional training, but that'll be something where teachers will be able to work with each other in terms of building their capacity.
And going back off of Trustee Brown's question, the materials, purchasing of the materials is an expectation. Like, how is that rolling out for each campus?
We'll be ordering the materials, yeah, for one set for each fifth grade classroom, and they will use those binders for their instruction in their class.
One binder for the whole fifth grade team?
For each fifth grade teacher.
Oh, for each fifth grade teacher. Okay. And so the expectation is that if that teacher transfers or something, that the binder would stay on site. And,
Yeah.
and you were saying for 16 years, the expectation?
No, I'm just saying the last health curriculum was
16 years ago?
for a while.
So we're expecting this to last another 16
Well,
years?
no, we hope we can refresh more frequently than that, but I'm just trying to reflect on the DVDs that we are still using, and we're excited to update.
Okay, thank you. All my questions. Any other questions? Trustee Garrett?
So this is what the teacher would have to run off, per se, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'm going to open this item for public comment. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to come and speak on this particular item, you're more than welcome to come up now. Okay, seeing none, we're going to bring it back to the board for comments before we looking for a motion. Yes, Trustee Jones.
I want to again thank you guys for bringing this forward. I was there for the first round, which was the in-depth one. So I appreciate you doing this. But also, like, I was a student who went through the original, including the song that we all know now. But also, when we also like segregated by gender and all of that, and so like I love that this is so much more in-depth, but also so much more inclusive, and this would have gone a long way like 16 years ago. So I really appreciate us updating this and doing this work to make it match what we know now with where we are. So I just thank you for bringing this adoption forward.
Yeah, I just want to add that I appreciate that they have boundaries and communication and life skills, which I think are really, really important.
Can you confirm there's no longer a song?
I can verify there's no longer a song.
Thank you. I did not know the song existed, but it worries me.
Okay, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments before we take a vote? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda item is we have a discussion action second hearing for the 2025 California Dashboard Local Indicators for PUSD. No more than 10 minutes. Who do we have the pleasure from staff?
I'll just keep it going, President McCaughey. Thank you very much. As our coordinator of accountability and special programs walks up, Debbie Neighbors, who will do a brief presentation. Each year the CDE prepares and releases California Accountability Dashboard, consisting of state and local indicators of status and growth for California schools and districts. This is our opportunity to provide information to the board and to the community about Pleasanton Unified School District's indicators. So I'm going to turn it over to Coordinator Debbie Neighbors, and then we'll take questions afterwards. This is an action item for the board tonight.
The California Dashboard Local Indicators is a presentation that we're required to do. It's not action required. It is required by the state that it has to be presented as at the same meeting that the LCAP is adopted.
Ms. Neighbors?
Yes.
So thank you for that. Does the board take action on this?
There's
so
no
have you
action
received
on
it?
this one.
So
You just
this is a
received
report
it.
discussion only.
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize then for the agenda item because it is labeled as an action item.
So we're amending the agenda for discussion only.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
My apologies. So this is just a picture showing that everybody, when they think of the dashboard, think of this picture, but we're dealing not with so much of the gas gauges, whatever you want to call those, as those buttons that just say standard met. Those are once again, the local indicators are the priorities 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and involve a lot of self-reflection as well as listing of work we're already doing. Once again, just like the dashboard and the other pieces that we have looked at, these are related to the 8 state priorities that our LCAP also has to be aligned with. And so here are our requirements for local indicators, and that is to measure the progress, report publicly, that's what we're doing here, and that we report the results to the California dashboard. So priority 1 are the basic conditions. That means, do we have buildings for our kids, and do we have teachers in the classrooms teaching our students? This material comes from our SARCs. It also comes from, some of it is pre-populated by the state, such as the percentage of teacher credentials. That comes from a specific HR program. And so all of our facilities, the facilities are the FIT scores that came from the SARCs. So what we have here on priority 2, we have listing of professional development. We continue to offer specialized training for teachers relating to English learners, and we make sure that all of our students that our English learners are receiving the required designated and integrated English instruction. So standard was met there. Priority 3 talks about our parent and family engagement. You'll notice that we have a plethora of committees that are active in the Pleasanton School District, all provide input into the LCAP, into the school SIPSAs, and whatnot, as well as supporting campuses and the districts as a whole throughout the year. Also, as part of this, the state does require that we provide the information from the California Parent Survey, which is offered at the same time as the Healthy Kids Survey. And so these are the percentages for those key actions that the state wants us specifically to address. So do they feel welcome to participate at school, communicate about student learning and whatnot? And of course, do you feel like the school is a safe place for their child? And so you can see that these really reflect a lot of the priorities in the LCAP as well. So priorities 4 and 5, those are the academic measures. We do not do any type of reporting on those. Those come strictly from the state in their analysis of the CASP scores, as well as LPAC. And then we have school climate, which is a reflective piece on school engagement, school safety, and just school climate in general. This comes from the California Healthy Kids. You will notice that our percentages of students that participate in this is actually pretty high in Pleasanton compared to other school districts I've been in, so I was impressed with that. But you also have to remember that these are snapshots of just specific grades as opposed to an overall view of the district. And so we use this because it is required by the state that we report on California Healthy Kids as part of the dashboard, and in particular, they want to make sure that we are addressing the question of a caring adult, about safety. There's also the questions about things like substance abuse and behavioral health. There were improvements actually for all of the Pleasanton data in terms of cigarette use, vape use, alcohol. All of those had lower percentages than they had in past years. So. And then, of course, we have access to a broad course of study. And so this just means we are ensuring that all of our students have access to all the required subjects that we must offer, as well as a lot of other opportunities for learning throughout their school days and their school career in Pleasanton. And we do make a note on this that as much as we offer this broad course of study, it is part of our equity lens that we know that not all student groups are fully accessing the broad range of programs that we offer. And that's why trying to expand that offering through some of the work in our LCAP is included. So that was the quick overview. Are there any questions about the local indicators?
Trustee Brown, I'll just go in order. Thank you.
I don't know if I missed it, but the slide 7 on basic conditions, 2 facilities. We all want to know what facilities you're referring to.
I actually think we might have met them this year. I will go back and double check, but I know last year there were 2. And so I will go back and double check, and we'll put that in the follow-up. My apologies for not having it handy.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, that was my question. And my second question is, it says only 64% feel schools provide quality counseling or mental health. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
That is literally the text of the question that parents have, and they answer either they strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. And so what that's telling us is that the response of parents is that 64% feel like that there's an adequate amount of those services offered at our school, and the remaining either disagreed or strongly disagreed.
I'm just thinking that we just need to follow up to find out what we can do. And maybe we need more counselors. Maybe that's the answer. Anyway, thank you.
We were going in order. Go ahead.
Just
Go
wanted to make sure. So this might be a question towards both you and maybe Mr. Dialazzo. So if you go back to the standard 7 that's up there, I really appreciated the equity note because I think that's really important. I appreciate you doing this. So when I was looking at that, I guess my question would be, can we find out how many of our teachers that do these sections that we're seeing that gap in, are we able to find out how many of those teachers are educators of color by any chance?
Yeah, we can cross-reference that, and I'm just going to confirm with my colleague, Assistant Superintendent Graywall. We have that information, right, Ms. Graywall, in terms of cross-referencing teacher race and ethnicity?
Yes, we can provide that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that because I was just thinking like representation, matters for that feeling of inclusion or like seeing yourself in taking that course, and so I was wondering if maybe that was one of the potential issues that we might be having.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Walker, question?
On priority 6, I just wanted to double confirm with you on substance use for elementary. Is that correct? 15% alcohol?
Ms. Neighbors, can you turn the slide for the public? Thank you.
Or am I reading that wrong?
So let's see here. Let me find that right one. That just means they've tried it one time.
They've tried it one time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you said these numbers have gone down. We're doing...
Right. I believe so elementary, it's 12% have tried or have had a drink of alcohol once is the question, have you ever tried alcohol?
Okay.
So 12% have answered that. I believe last year it might have been 14%, but I would have to double check that information. Most of these went down 1 or 2%.
Including the chronic sadness? Because those numbers are high for me.
That was an improvement as well.
Okay. And then my other was on the facilities, but you're going to get this. Thank you.
I also just kind of want to caution on that one too, is just remember that sometimes kids also are like, oh, well, that's because communion or other things when you're at church, it's used. So that might also be the, oh, I've tried it once because I did it through that.
I just have a general question in regards to the parent survey. I may anticipate you may not know the answer, so if you could just look up or find out the percentage of actual participation from parents who actually completed the survey. In general, we know that survey participation is optional, and so I just would assume that number is really, really low. So if there's a way to track that, I think that would be helpful. That might just give some context as we look at the data, whereas in contrast with the other surveys for the students, I assume it's structured in the classroom where we get more mandatory participation from the students. So I don't know if you know that information, but if you could get that for us later.
Absolutely, we can look that up. And just to clarify for students in grades 5, parents have to opt in to allow their student to take the test. Okay. It's an active opt-in for when it's 7th grade or above, then students, it's an opt-out process, and a student can sit in class and decide not to take it.
So that information would also be good. I didn't realize that for 5th grade. So that would be good to know the percentage of students that actually completed that survey. And then I think sorry, those are all my questions. My other points or comments. So any other questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to open this for public comment. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to come speak on this particular item. See none. Concluding comments. This is discussion only. So I think I'd just wrap it up. Thank you very much for coming tonight and providing the presentation on this. This is an important annual process to present to the board. I think I would also echo Trustee Jones' point that really appreciate the note about our disproportionality and the challenges for our underserved student population. This is in general an area of priority for the district, and so we as a board, definitely will continue to look for additional information that the district can provide on how we're helping support all of our students. So thank you very much. Okay, so thank you. With that, we're going to the next agenda item, which, if I recall, this is the second hearing for the discussion action 2026-2027 Local Control Accountability Plan, second reading, and a federal addendum. We've got 5 minutes, and with Debbie.
Back to me real
Back
quick.
to Ed.
Yes, thank you again. So just a reminder for the board and community that this is the second reading of the Local Control Accountability Plan. We had the public hearing last board meeting, and we gave a really full presentation and information regarding the process, the budget, and then our recommendation for approval. There's, I think, one slide, Ms. Neighbors, that you want to review for the board and community, please.
So as we mentioned at the public hearing, that we wouldn't be coming to you for the second read if there were just editing changes and whatnot. But there were a couple of changes that added or changed some of the text that was in the LCAP. So we just wanted to make sure we pointed those out. There was an update on the LCFF calculator. It's a slight change in the number. So you'll see that throughout the budget. You'll also see that the annual update table, the total budgeted amount, once we made a few more final adjustments, had a slight increase. I think it was about a $12,000 change, which in the grand picture is relatively small. We were asked by the county to increase some language. So when you look at the increased services table, you'll see increased language about why a new action was chosen to meet the need that we described. So you'll see that throughout that section. And then finally, after a discussion with Tri-Valley ROP, we kind of beefed up the language regarding our relationship with them and the quality of our CTE programs.
And that is it. So thank you, Ms. Neighbors, and we can take questions from the board. And again, this is an action item. And
Trustee Karam.
I have questions. I'm sorry I wasn't here last meeting. So on the LCAP, I noticed that it says Alisal and Moore have chronic absenteeism of 15%. So at the elementary level, it's the parent's responsibility to get the child to school. So my question is, I'm curious, what do our CWA say? I mean, do they have any reasons for this, or what we can do to support these parents?
Well, through the LCAP process, what we decided as a district to do to continue to support that is the CWAs are continuing to exist and are funded through LCAP, so that is one thing. We'll also continue our outreach using our parent liaisons to make sure we're reaching families that speak other languages, and that'll be something that the student services team can work together to see what additional outreach they can do to support attendance.
you know, generally, just to carry on with attendance issues, what I found in my experience, it's so individualized, it's so case by case. There's so many different factors. Some are very personal factors for families. And it could be transportation issues, it could be clothing, it could be basic hygiene. I think I mentioned it in one of the presentations prior. So that's why we have child welfare attendants folks, as well as other nurses. You know, depending on what the need is, we have support staff that can address that need and hopefully get kids back into school.
Thank you. And then on page 33, it talks about MAP assessment, and we haven't really talked about that as a board. So my question is, did we look at other programs? Did we survey our teachers to see if they have a need for the MAP?
Not MAP per se, and I'll ask Mr. Schrag to help me with this, or Ms. Neighbors, but there is a requirement that we must have some monitoring tool, universal screening tool, some formative assessment tool like MAP. And we did have MAP on the reduction list last year, I believe, for the first round of reductions that we went through, and so that program was eliminated. We are strongly saying it and putting it in our conversations to highlight the need for something like MAP to provide those needs that I just mentioned. So David, do you have any additional information about any maybe surveys, informal or formal, with our teachers regarding MAP at this time? Is that something we plan on doing? I know it's been a recommendation through other presentations, and we've spoken specifically about MAP.
Yeah, and we've had obviously lots of conversations with teachers. I know we've had a formal survey on whether teachers want the need for a progress monitoring tool, something that's assessing students' growth over time and not just an end of year like a SBAC test or an LCAP test. That's something we need to have in place. And so part of the CCA's requirement is to have an ongoing progress monitoring tool. There's also board policy for our math placement that says multiple measures have to be in place for placing our students for math. There's also an assessment, board policy 6162.5 about student assessment, where there's some requirements around having a comprehensive assessment system to make sure that we have a universal way to measure our students, again, overall. If not, we just have this, it's much more difficult to kind of assess all of our programs and the effectiveness of it on a district-wide scale. So there's some board policy on it, but there's also some requirements from CSACE and other.
No, I understand that.
Hold on, I'm just going to interject real quick. Sorry, I'm just going for ease of the presentation. I just wanted to let everyone know for the board that had a conversation, and this conversation will be taken back to the curriculum committee because it's going to require much more extensive, robust discussion. We do hear you, David, in regards to the LCAP and requirements for some sort of a format assessment, and that the district has explored multiple assessments, but there's going to be some additional conversations, and the direction from the board president and conversation for the MAP consideration is going to be kicked back to the curriculum committee for further discussion, but we definitely hear your point and requirements for some sort of formative assessment.
My only point was that I just wanted to be teacher-driven, that's all. Okay, and my last comment is that on page 55, it talks about how CWA, social workers, and counselors have been very effective. And so I just want to bring that up, so when we have a further discussion later on, that's where I'm getting my information from.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, so I think this is just a comment in regards to, I was taking a look. The very last slide has the links to the presentations and the report. And so there is one link for the LCAP. Can you click on that? I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure that that is live. If you click on the 2026-27 LCAP, can you hyperlink that? Yeah. Okay, so Lanita, just make sure that link is active, because I got the same viewing. So just make sure to get that fixed for the benefit for the public. I did notice that the slide link for the presentation from 2 weeks ago worked. So just wanting, in case, because I was wanting to actually look at the actual report. I do appreciate that you have these hyperlinks. Very, very important, because we know that you have to submit that to the state, and we know that that is due on June 30th. So do we have any other questions on the actual report and slide presentation for this? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open this back to for the public. If there's anyone who would like to come and speak on this particular item, we do see you coming up. If you don't have a card yet, just speak and then fill out the card afterwards, Mr. Choi. So thank you.
Should I mention my name? Do I need to mention my name?
Nice.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. For the record, my name is Thomas Choi. So, trustees, I carefully reviewed the LCAP ESSA federal addendum. And I'm here because I wanted to raise several compliance concerns to protect the resources of our most vulnerable student population. For a document of this importance, the district cannot afford oversights that result in noncompliance. The board should obtain clarity on these issues before voting, as proceeding carries serious consequences. If you look at page 26 of the LCAP ESSA federal addendum template, you'll notice that it's completely blank, leaving mandatory Title IV prompts for student safety, educational technology, as well-rounded academics completely unanswered. Is there an exception? If not, this oversight risks mandatory state rejection and the forfeiture or redistribution of federal funding. There's also an unreconciled 1,985,454 variance between the documents. If you look at slide 2, you'll see that it lists the 2026 to 27 LCFF base allocation as 161 million, while the official budget overview document lists it as 163 million. The teacher equity narrative relies on data from 2022 to 23 school year, but planning for the 26 to 27 term using 4-year-old statistical data does not support accurate local accountability. I'm here because proceeding without clarification risks state audit flags, delays funding, and formal compliance challenges. I request that the board at least table this adoption until the administration presents reconciled, complete, and legally compliant documentation. Finally, I want to also state for the record that I've raised these LCAP issues directly to you in writing, and the board asked the superintendent to follow up. I even offered to volunteer my time to help, but I never heard back. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, going to bring it to comments before we look for a motion for the adoption of the LCAP. Comments? Trustee Jones.
So because I'm looking at if you do go into the federal addendum, on page 6, my guess was that just accidentally there's no information there, or is it because it's tied into the next page at the bottom, the ESSA?
The federal addendum plan is actually the one that was adopted by the district many years ago, and all we do with the federal addendum now is we don't make changes to it. We just say we're continuing to use these funds. Unless we are told to completely rewrite the federal addendum, we just renew it with an updated date.
All right, and so then my follow-up question would be is, especially in this current climate, it would probably not be in our best interest to update, correct?
I would agree with that.
All right, that's what I figured.
Other comments? So I think I would just state that maybe just a clarification from Ed. Can you just give some background clarification on the purpose of the LCAP? And this is an annual process, but at times the district has to make modifications to the LCAP based upon funding changes. I think it would be helpful just to kind of reiterate this process for the LCAP and the timing of it.
Yeah, it's a 3-year cycle, so we are due for that cycle. That's why we're discussing this, right, Ms. Neighbors, for the next 3 years. Are we ending, or are we?
We are reporting on year 2 of this 3-year cycle.
This 3-year cycle, correct. One thing I do want to add, too, is that we work very closely with the Alameda County Office of Education. They have their own LCAP division and people that have reviewed almost line by line with us and Ms. Neighbors, and I've met with them personally, and Ms. Neighbors has met with them personally to really go through this process to ensure that we are vetting it with fidelity, making sure that we are addressing any questions that come. It's a third party kind of like audit even before we submit it, and so because this plan actually goes to Alameda County Office of Education, and so there have been some. In that process, and this is months, by the way, there have been some items that they've said, hey, we need you to look at this a little bit more closely. This number doesn't look correct. This space is blank. This could be a compliance thing. Those are the questions that we have done many times, and I know, Debbie, you've met with them even more times in terms of really going through the plan and vetting the plan and making sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's. Do you have any further comment on that to answer President McCaughey's question?
The other thing I would add is that we were getting edits from the county as late as 2 days ago, and so that was why we've had more updates made, and so we're updating the version on the link, and so that's why and that was just a matter of a couple of numbers. It was only 2 financial small adjustments. So
And
it's
so
an
as-
ongoing process.
As part of the local control funding formula, the LCAP is sort of a subset of that, specifically targeting student groups that the state provides school districts additional funds. And so, and it's based on our unduplicated students. So we're at 17%, which determines that amount that Ms. Neighbors told you. It's over a little bit over $5 million that we have to budget for and account for and determine what are the programs, services, staff that will support that specific group of students. That's the supplemental monies that districts receive. Now, some districts, just as an added point, who have that higher, they meet a higher threshold for their unduplicated student population. Is it 55%? Am I remembering correctly? 55%. There are some districts in Alameda County. I used to work in a district over 55%. Then there's concentration money, which is additional monies, and there's a formula of how you get that to support, again, that specific student group. So that's the LCAP is a portion of the general LCFF funding. Sometimes when we do these presentations, President McCaughey, it's sort of together so that you can see how LCFF budget works and how LCAP works.
And how does the district handle the backlog, the delay in terms of relying on multi-year data that's, from several years ago, because that is pretty much a deficit structural challenge mandated, based upon the tools and resources from the state assessments. So how typically does the district handle working with that kind of data constraint? What are the other types of data that the district uses in combination with the state data?
So I'll give you the structure. Ms. Neighbors can give you the content. Over the last, since I've been here with the LCAP and I've participated in the LCAC, Local Control Accountability Committee, that met as frequently as once a month, we actually would review additional data. So we had those summative data we talked about CASP data, but we also had additional data points that we would review. To your point, President McCaughey, we would look at that data and really analyze, even in the middle of the year, if there were modifications that the LCAP committee would advise us to take a look at and revise the LCAP plan, we would do so. And so any other information regarding data that we use in those LCAP committees?
I would say the other piece that's a really important piece of the data puzzle is what we were alluding to earlier, and that is having a local assessment that we provide, so that way we can measure student growth over time and have results right away instead of waiting the months to get the information from the state. For example, in LCAC, one thing that we brought to them was seeing how our students are doing on M-Class, right? Those are our elementary students just for reading. And so for us to be able to see how some of our equity groups were doing, we shared that information with you at an earlier meeting so we could kind of see where the growth is happening. And so we use those additional data sources as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think it's important to note that the district and at the site level and teachers use multi-levels use of data. Monitoring progress, so not just one snapshot of data. So anyway, thank you. Any other concluding comments? If not, I think we've had a robust discussion. Looking for a motion and a second.
I will motion to approve the LCAP.
Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any discussion before we take a vote? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda is number F, discussion action for the 2026-2027 annual budget. If I'm correct, this is a second hearing and action for this particular item. I'm passing this off to Ahmad, I assume?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, at the last board meeting, we had a public hearing and we did an in-depth review of the budget. I'm not going to go over everything. I'm just going to highlight some of the key important items, and then if there's questions, I'd be happy to answer them. There has been, we have made no changes to the budget. This is the same budget that we presented last week. Reiterating the good news is that the district will meet its required 3% reserve for the 26-27 and following 2 years. We're looking at a significant improvement in our ending fund balance, going from a negative 2.46 to a positive $489,000. And due to the stabilization fund that the district has set aside, we will then meet the 3% requirement. And then from there, we will also be growing our reserves about $2 million ongoing. This budget is resilient and much improved because much of the one-time monies that we relied upon, either in local funding or state one-time dollars, are now replaced by ongoing dollars. Even with the significant increases, there are rising expenditures. So I think it was prior to this board meeting when we had discussions, and board member Brown brought up the fact that we need to know what the expenditure side of that budget is, and so we've completed that, and now we have a full picture of the budget. So that there is significant improvements to the budget due to its reliability, the resilience and accuracy of it. We don't have a finalized state budget, but we do have an approved legislative budget, and the governor and the legislature are working through those. What we do know is that the legislature and the governor are very close. They're not that far apart. All the major key assumptions are included in there. There is some debate and issues about preschool, non-public school preschool being moved into the Prop 98 dollars, and we'll see where that ends. But those won't have an impact at this moment in the state budget for our purposes. With that, I want to highlight this one other slide. This is our multi-year. And so what you see here is the minimum 3% required. You see our current ending estimated actuals for the 25-26, and that you see that we don't meet the 3% even with the stabilization fund. But because in the 26-27 and ongoing years, the district will be in positive territory, we will then be above the 3%, and then we show a growing reserve, and that's where that estimated $2 million of additional ongoing monies has been developed. We also went through and discussed some options on what the district can do with both the ongoing dollars and some of the one-time dollars, and we're going to revisit that in the next presentation. So again, reminding us that where we have come from, which was a significant structural deficit spending, but we are in a good place given both the state budget and the deliberate work that the board did under reductions. It's the combination of the reduction work that the board did combined with the significant new dollars that provides us this unique opportunity to stabilize our finances moving forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions, and we're recommending the approval of the 26-27 budget.
Questions? Trustee Karen.
I just have one question. So it sounds like the bottom line is we have an additional $2 million that's ongoing. And so earlier we heard from APT saying that we had $20 million. Can you just explain the difference between $2 million and $20 million?
Yes. So if you, the $20 million that's been quoted includes about a significant amount, about $11.7 million of one-time dollars. And so for the board's consideration, and we'll discuss that, we are not recommending that be allocated to any ongoing expenditures. It should be utilized for one time, and we've kind of indicated here what those one times are. The other additional monies were utilized to basically stabilize one-time dollars the district had. So if you look at the budget, that there was one-time local dollars that we're no longer relying upon in terms of OPEB and other areas. And then on the expenditure side, we've seen increases in expenditures in other areas that we had to stabilize as well. So based on removing one-time dollars from the budget with ongoing dollars and increased expenditures, that takes into account both the ongoing dollars. The other factor is that some of the ongoing new dollars was considered in our budget, because we always had in the budget that we would have a 2.87 COLA. And so the net increase from prior estimates is smaller than the full amount of increase. There was another, again, I'm kind of don't want to repeat myself from last time, but I had this chart in here, and it's good to kind of reference it, and this kind of shows the impact of declining enrollment. And so what you see here is that the COLA, which is 2.87, is the statutory COLA plus the additional investment. The additional investment required that was made by the state was to help fund the paid pregnancy leave and rising costs. And even with the total augmented COLA of 4.31%, the new dollars the district is going to see from the prior year for PUSD is only 1.87%. And that is because we're declining enrollment. And so those new dollars have to pay for ongoing normal running of the business, which means step and column and increases in other areas of our budget, and to be able to fill. So so we don't see the whole 4%. And you can see in the out years, it even gets smaller in that, we're projecting a COLA of 3.3, but the new dollars is only 1%. In the 28-29, it's again another about 3.1, but it's under 1%, and that has to do with declining enrollment.
That was a robust response. Other questions? I think Trustee Jones, you had a question?
All right, so I have a couple, because I was going through the larger report that you had done prior, and I think this might also help us kind of understand how the money's moved around a bit for this. So the budget report for restricted said that we needed about $22 million to cover the expenses, and so the gap between the revenue and then the expenses. And so, but we transferred over from unrestricted about $34 million. And so I was wondering, why did we move, because that left us $5 million at the end in the restricted. So I was just wondering, why did we move over more than the $22 million that was needed?
Okay. In the current year, the district transferred money to cover special education in routine restricted. In addition to what we contributed from the restricted side, the district got about $4 million of one-time money. We allocated that to cover special ed costs. Now, in the new year, the state is not giving us, we're not counting that $4 million of one time. So, but we're getting about $5 million of ongoing new money, right? So it kind of is taking the place of the one-time areas. We did make some slight reductions in special ed, so our contribution has been adjusted accordingly into special ed and routine restricted to account for the new monies and the loss of the one-time monies that we use for this year.
Okay. The next one then is, because it's also in the report and it's usually something people see and are curious about, is the total revenue that we brought in is $230,985,000, so basically $230 million. And our expenditures are $221 million, which leaves about $9 million left. And so that $9 million that's left over in between the expenditures and revenue, where are we moving those things into?
So for the 26-27 year, you have to remember the district is getting, we get different types of restricted dollars. And so we are not touching any of that $12 million of restricted money, and so that's one of the reasons our total expenditures is less than our total revenues when you look at restricted and unrestricted together. And we're parking that until the board provides direction as to how to allocate those restricted dollars.
Okay. And then I just have two more. My next one is so the Fund 17, the stabilization account. When does it count towards our reserves, and when does it not count towards our reserves?
So it does count to our reserves all the time. However, the problem is when you are deficit spending and you don't have a positive ending fund balance, you're basically touching monies that you're not allowed to touch. The state has said you can leave it in the stabilization fund, but if you're going to spend it, you need to come to us and ask us what you're going to spend on so we can approve it, because it can only be spent on one time. They don't want you to be spending it on ongoing, like salaries and just operational. And so if we're in the positive territory in our ending fund balance, we will check off the box that we meet the minimum 3%. But it isn't a type of reserve. Your typical reserve, you can kind of go into it and go out of it because you don't have the state looking over your shoulder. And that's why we're recommending to increase the reserve beyond the stabilization fund, because that will give us an area that, if there is a sudden expenditure need, that we can actually tap into without having to go get approval from the state.
All right. And then my last question actually might be both of your directions. Is the consideration of the one-time funds and what we want to do with it to be done during this item, or are we doing that as part of the second item, the next one? So we're doing both together. Okay, thanks. I just wanted to know.
Trustee Brown?
So just backing through. So obviously you've done some things to make the budget more robust, right? So I'm going to repeat those because I wasn't at the last meeting. So you've started to forecast the increased cost that's associated with salaries and salaries from step and column, which I think was about 1.46%, right? So you've built that into the budget, whereas in past cycles we weren't necessarily having a specific line item for that, correct?
Step and column has always been built into the budget. I think the way we showed it this time, we clearly kind of identified
separated it out, but you were previously budgeting for it.
We were budgeting for step and column. We have always budgeted for step and column.
And you've budgeted for increased water, electricity, things like that as part of this budget, and you've done some other things to make the budget more robust as well.
Correct. So we have, again, replaced one-time sources with ongoing.
Right.
We've done a very deep kind of zero-based budgeting model in terms of reviewing it with each department to make sure we've captured all the cost. We've done a very deep staffing reconciliation between HR and position control and to capture any variances. We've maximized the use of federal dollars and different grants, and we've used more realistic assumptions for vacancies and health and welfare contributions, as well as ensuring that we've covered all non-positional. And for the current year, we know what our increased cost in, for example, insurance, water and stuff is. But for the out years, we've used like a general 3% increase.
Okay, and then the 11.7 that you said you haven't allocated at this time because of until the state budget is finalized. Is that showing up as part of slide? Sorry, trying to find the slide number. The slide that shows slide 19.
Yes, it is. The revenues are showing up. So the revenues are showing up in restricted other revenues. It's in here. And what you will see is also, almost about close to the same amount net increase on the restricted side, which mainly is that $11.7 million that the district has not allocated for any expenditures yet.
Okay. I was actually, can you jump to slide 19 and just assure me that those percentages year over year include the 11.7, the 5.39 in 28, 29?
This slide, right, 19? This slide?
The multi-year.
Okay. So this does not this is unrestricted. Remember that the reserves is on the unrestricted side. And so these numbers here are only the unrestricted dollars. It does not include the 12 million. The 12 million or 11.7 million is included on the restricted side, and there has been no expenditures have been made towards it.
Got it.
Okay, good.
Okay. All right, that's all for questions for now.
Trustee Walker?
Yeah, Ahmad, on the expansive report that you attached, I'm just curious on the multi-year projection. Refresh my memory on for the step-in column under certificated salaries. Why is it 0 in the 26-27 projected or proposed budget adoption? It says 0, and then in 27-28 and 28-29, the numbers are included for step-in column.
For 26-27, it's already part of the salary.
So it's already part of that top number.
Yeah. So what you do in the multi-year is you carry that, and then you then add that as a factor in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All my questions were answered last time. Thank you.
Other questions before okay. I have some general questions. Kind of take us back a year ago in regards to the stabilization funding and why we had to do that.
So we had to do that. The district's reserves were very at a minimum. And so at the end, when we closed our books, and we indicated that during the budget development, that that the expenditures exceeded what we had budgeted, and we were at a bare minimum in our reserves. And to be able to handle the increased expenditures that was not foreseen until kind of towards that latter part of the fiscal year, we had to utilize all our reserves, and we were pretty much down to nothing starting the new year. And in order to give the district, both for cash flow purposes and both for ability to kind of get back into a good positive territory, we utilized kind of like a provision in the law during COVID that allowed for sale of property to be brought over into the general fund for one-time purposes only. And so we identified what those one-time purposes were, and that looked at book adoption, we did the tech and bus, and the stabilization fund. The state approved that with a caveat that if the district is going to touch the stabilization fund, it must be for one-time purposes, and we need to go back to the state. So those dollars are still there in the future as the district builds up its reserve outside of the stabilization fund. It can go back into those dollars, reallocate them to other one-time needs, property purchase, or whatever it deems necessary, and get that approval from the state.
And in your experience and expertise in networking through that process, have you ever seen that happen with other districts? How common is that currently?
That it's districts utilize it that are in economic stress. It is utilized. Again, the timing and the allowable of that law was limited. There's probably a dozen districts that have utilized it.
In the county, in the state? In other words, have you ever seen that happen in other districts? Where do we stand compared to our neighboring districts in having to do that? my impression from what I recall is that that was because we were in such dire straits going into negative certification with the county that we were basically desperate in getting support.
Correct. That, yeah.
Yes. So my question going there is, we're not out of the woods right now, correct?
Correct.
And at what point are you anticipating that we'll finally get back into a positive certification? Because at the time last year, I recall, we didn't even realize we were going into negative. We found that a little bit further because we were going through that journey together with the county. And so assuming what has to take place for us to get out of this embarrassing status
So the
from the negative certification and get ourselves out of this mess because of our deficit spending for years. So I don't mean, I'm not personalize it directly to you, but it's really a question that we need to think about as a board. We've been deficit spending since I've been on the board. And so we have to make strategic long-term changes. And so it's the desire with the hard work with FCMAT and all of the support that we've been getting with the county. The projection right now is assuming at what point will we be back on track with the county's certification process is my question.
So if the board approves this budget and we stay within, again, those parameters that we've indicated in terms of not overspending the one-time monies, not overspending the ongoing dollars, at first interim, the district would then be able to certify as positive certification.
So to break it down, what would be required in regards to, as we're making decisions not only with this budget and some other items that are going to come further today, what does the board need to keep in mind based upon this budget and the parameters that we need to consider? What amount of funding should we, because there's been a lot of conversation in regards to the restricted funding, how much money is on our reserves. Just to re-clarify for the board, it's what number is, I believe it was $2 million for ongoing that we need to consider, and that's like a window of funding that we can have for wiggle room, and that's pretty much it, correct?
Correct. Right. The one-time money should be allocated to one-time expenditures, which staff has put onto the budget. On this sheet, I've indicated what they should be allocated towards. It should be towards the reserves. It should be towards set aside for the book adoptions. And the $2 million is just, as you said, a little bit of wiggle room. And we'll talk a little bit more about what recommendations we have towards that. But we're not out of the woods. We've done good work. The district has done hard work. We have been fortunate by the state budget situation, and we've also been able to utilize other resources well and utilize our grants and our revenue sources to be able to put us in a path that will, if we continue, will stabilize the district's finances.
Okay, and then my last question is kind of alluding to another trustee's question. Why is there so much movement between restricted and non-restricted? There's a lot of money that's moving. For example, on one of the slides, I think it was $34 million from restricted to non-restricted. On the there's a lot of movement of the funds, so I just would like some clarification on that.
The district does not receive enough funding from the federal government and from the state, and has never intended. The federal government probably should be contributing more, but we don't receive enough federal and state funding in special education. Similar to all districts in California, we have to contribute to the special education portion, and so that money is moving. The other requirement is the district needs to contribute 3% towards routine restricted maintenance. So those are the dollars that are moving from the unrestricted to the restricted.
Okay, sorry, one last question. What's the status of our cash flow?
The district does not have a high reserve. When you don't have a high reserve, your cash flow is very limited. It's like your savings account, you have 5% in your savings account, or you have 20%. And so when you have a low reserve and the state disbursement of our property tax, because we have a strong property tax base, we get our staunch of funding in December and April. And so both in terms of a cash flow from a revenue standpoint and our own bank account, we're tight on cash. So the county has indicated to us that that's something you have to watch. And for this year, we had to do interfund borrowing and borrowing from the Treasury, and we will have to do that in the coming year as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to open this item for public comment. If there's anyone that would like to speak, if they've, do we have any public cards that have already been submitted, Juanita? Okay, so seeing none, then if you do would like to speak and you have not submitted a card, maybe perhaps to stand in line. Patty, you may come up first, and then you can fill out a public comment card afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McCaughey. I just want to reiterate what I was saying for the APT, which is we're not asking to use one-time funds for ongoing. We're asking to use one-time funds one time, give us a year pause for the threes to figure out a better way to move forward. We keep talking about declining enrollment, and the enrollment's declining. Yeah, but I'm loud. So our enrollment is declining, and yet we want to take away what makes Pleasanton special. And with our surrounding districts restoring cut programs, if our programs continue to be cut, we're going to decline even faster, which will be even harder on our budget. So I'm just asking for APT to please keep in mind that we're not asking for the moon. We're asking, can we pause the threes for 1 year and figure out a way to do this equitably, if that's a word, and sustainably, and in a way that isn't detrimental to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to fill out a comment card.
Good evening. Despite the huge one-time money from the state, staff explicitly mentioned at the last board meeting that due to declining enrollment, there would be 8 staff layoffs for this student-facing staff layoffs for this upcoming school year. Yet looking through tonight's presentation and the official budget report, the specific number of 8 layoffs is completely unmentioned, leaving the public with nothing but broad references to generalized staffing reduction. Projecting continuous layoffs of student-facing staff signals severe systemic instability, which decimates educator morale and actively drives high-quality teachers away. How can this district possibly expect to retain and attract the best teaching talent when frontline educators face continuous employment insecurity? It is fundamentally wrong for our teaching staff to suffer from job instability when the executives are the very ones who steered our district into this embarrassing negative certification status. As President McCaughey mentioned, we are the only school district in this entire county to hold this negative status. And as a direct result and consequence, we are the only district that cannot use a full amount of this incoming money from the state for general operating expenses because we are forced to backfill the multi-million-dollar deficit that was left by the administrative mismanagement. If declining enrollment truly is the primary justification for cutting frontline staff this upcoming school year, then that logic must apply to the top of this organization as well. A shrinking student population means that we should have a much smaller district office, and the salaries of our cabinet officials should be scaled back to match a much smaller district rather than a massive large district framework. Ultimately, forcing our classrooms to absorb these cuts reveals a complete breakdown in localized priorities because cutting student-facing staff should always be an absolute last resort. Thank you.
Hey, come on, just don't forget to fill out a comment card and reintroduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Thompson. I haven't prepared anything tonight because I wanted to speak to you just from the heart. which is, I understand that this is hard. I really do. I understand that you guys have been put in an impossible position, and I understand that you could not pay me to sit where you guys are, because I wouldn't do it. I'd end up tearing my hair out. But I also understand that Pleasanton School District is in a precarious position, because, as we have heard, declining enrollment is such a big issue right now. And you taking away the things that make Pleasanton so great is not going to help. It's going to make it worse. I already know at least 3 families that have decided to leave the school district next year because they don't want their kids to be in schools without a PE program, without science teachers, without dedicated health support staff. They don't. They want the best for their kids, and they're moving to get it. We can't afford that. We can't afford to lose more families. They're good families, and our teachers are good people that deserve to be treated with kindness, dignity, and respect. And putting your embarrassment over that isn't good enough. It's not. We need our teachers. We need the best for our kids. And like someone said in a previous message to you guys, it's not just Pleasanton kids deserve the best, but we're here and we're fighting for them, because all kids deserve the right to good teachers, all of them. And all teachers deserve the right to respect and dignity. Please, please keep that in mind when you're voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, we're going to bring it back to the board for comments before looking for a motion for this particular item. Trustee Jones.
So I would like to make also, obviously we need to pass the budget, so I'm not like surprising you there. But I wanted to recommend maybe a board direction idea out of Livermore that they did. Livermore's labor partners sat down with their CBO, their cabinet, and they went through the budget line item by line item, because you can get the same numbers and come to different conclusions. That's completely fine. It happens. But because they sat down and they went together and they went line item by line item, they found funding where they're like, oh, actually, we don't need as much there. We can apply it somewhere else because we see it differently. Or they also recovered funding because of that. Livermore recovered around $2 million. So my time is up. No. And so what I would suggest as board recommendation is having our labor partners sit down directly with our finance department and go through, like Livermore did, line item by line item, and see, does the amount, do we really need that much in that area? Do we not? What is the rollover maybe that we missed, and see. I'm not saying we'll find $2 million, but it might be good to do what they did, because if that collaboration worked there, maybe it might help us to do it here too.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Trustee Brown.
So, yeah, I mean, the budget, as I see it, is, yes, we had $8 million in ongoing money, but we were deficit spending, so we need to offset that, right? And then we were essentially breaking our own rules because we had to. We were using essentially one-time money for ongoing expenses, and you've reversed that, right? And what I'm referring to there is in terms of the OPEB piece, putting that back, right? So if we go back to principles and we say we had to do that because we had a negative balance, right? We were doing everything we could to borrow from the future and stay afloat, right? That's the reality. And so now we've got a more robust budget. We've taken advantage of the fact that we had a negative certification to bring in the county supports that we needed. We've introduced a third interim, and we've fixed some of our accrual and budgeting, forecasting, and made it more robust. So that's all positive. So I'm trying to state the positives. So we've got this $2 million in ongoing money because you've now matched the revenues and the expenses on the unrestricted side. And so I know this is getting to the next item. We're going to have to discuss that, right? On the restricted side, though, where I'm having some angst is just I don't know whether to ask the questions here or ask the questions on the next item, but I need to understand in terms of that what are all the details around that block grant and how it can be spent and so on and so forth, because I hear a lot of the speakers, APT, fellow trustees talking about essentially using one-time money for ongoing costs as a bridge, which basically sounds like what got us into the situation to begin with, right? And that's where I'm getting angst. Like, I joined the board after COVID, and how we ended up here was we had a bunch of one-time money during COVID. We didn't scale the organization with declining enrollment. We kept positions in place because our one of the reasons for the one-time money during COVID was we needed more emotional support. We needed more reading support and so on and so forth to recover from this whole do schooling from home situation, right? So I'm just cautioning my fellow colleagues just in terms of when we think about this and we think about the appeal from APT and from members of the public to use one-time money for ongoing costs as a bridge without a plan is not a bridge, right? It's a bridge to nowhere. And that's my hesitation, right? Like, if you say we need a bridge so we can then do a parcel tax, well, a parcel tax isn't guaranteed. If you say we need a bridge to be more equitable, well, I don't know if we could have been more equitable than the 20, 30, 40 hours we've done for the last couple years in getting the community and the union feedback in terms of the reductions that got us here. So I'm very grateful for the increased funding from the state. I'm just saying that we need to be very cognizant of not repeating mistakes from the past as we kind of figure out what we want to do with that one-time money, right? So I think we all are on the same page that we got $2 million in recurring money, but we also have an open contract with APT that we haven't settled, right? And there are other costs that typically get discussed in terms of salaries and benefits as part of open contract negotiations. So that is another form of something that can affect the ongoing costs of the organization. So those are the comments that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? No? I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So, Ahmad, in Trustee Brown's comments, he was asking about some discretionary grant funding questions. So I don't know if you caught that. So do you want to answer that now, or do you want to wait to the next item?
Yeah. Our recommendation is for the board to approve this budget, and then that item will be discussed in the next.
Do we typically, as part of approving the budget, are we approving only the unrestricted multi-year, or are we just approving 26-27?
You're approving 26-27. The multi-year is part of the budget because we need to show to the state that we can meet the 3% for the current and 2 years.
Right.
Every year we update the budget based on all the new assumptions and what the district does. But you're really essentially approving next year's budget, but you need to also be multi-year planning.
Okay, what about multi-year planning on the restricted side?
So that's part of the budget. So we update the budget. So for example, if direction is to do X, Y, Z. The other thing is the other reason we indicated the board should not make any budgetary allocations and expenditures on the one-time dollars is because we don't have a finalized state budget. We'll have, we're very close. I mean, we know that they're alignment with each other, but we'll also need to look at the underlying requirements and what those are. And once we have that information and board direction, we will then be able to bring something back if we need to in the 45-day budget revise or the first interim.
Okay, last question. The 11.7, is that, do we get that all in 26-27, or is it over a multi-year?
At this moment in time, it's all in 1 year, similar to last year's.
In 26-27?
Yeah, it might be in multiple disbursements.
Okay, so in terms of approving this budget, approving this item, what we're saying is basically we're parking the 11.7 on the revenue side without any commitment around expenses.
Correct.
But that's what we're approving.
Yes, and that was based on county guidance.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I would like to thank staff in the district, especially Ahmad and FICMAT, and the additional support from the Alameda County consultant support in preparation for this, along with the third interim budget. Very robust and very comprehensive, and thank you for answering all the trustees' questions, the abundance of questions that we had tonight on this particular item. So with that, looking for a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, any other comments before we do a roll call vote? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Good job, Ahmad. Really appreciate that. Okay, so what we have next on the agenda is discussion, action, reduction, review, and directions on restorations. And so who do I have the pleasure to pass this to?
That would be me.
Okay, Dr. Geisels, you got the floor. And I will ask Namarta to, what?
Right, that's correct. We finished it today. There's no new information in it. It's mostly recommendations. You'll find a lot of it is repeat information, and the recommendations are presented by me tonight.
And make sure it's on Simile for access to the public. So I was in mid-sentence. I was saying something, and I don't remember. So, I was going to ask Namar to make sure when at point to explain the spreadsheet when at an appropriate time, because that will need some guided direction. So with that, Dr. Geisels, thank you.
So basically, that's a great question because, again, it's based on the assumptions of what the current budget was talked about last time. No new information presented tonight, except some additional information that we cobbled together as late as today. There are some assumptions of what we're going to recommend. What I'm going to recommend, first of all, is without a doubt to return to positive certification with no further structural deficit spending. We should have put the slide in here of the past 7 years of the descent of the reserves based on habitual structural deficit spending, and that's based on a lot of things. It's based on declining enrollment. It's based on the fact that we did spend, and this is a point made by a trustee, over $41 million of one-time money on mostly ongoing costs. It was a part of it was a variance which pales to the $30 million plus that we've had to reduce in reduction. And contrary to belief, this is not just a Pleasanton local problem. This is a state problem. If it wasn't a state problem, 60 districts already, 350,000 students, have already signed up to change state funding. Inflation is a problem. You've probably checked out gas prices lately. Things are going up, insurance and everything else. So it's easy to be emotional and to say things that are as clear as fog and stick like mud. And it's easy to refute facts and data when you want something to go away. Unfortunately, we face scarcity here, and we face difficult decisions based on the limitations of our funding. And it's hard to explain just with data alone because I can appreciate and definitely empathize with the thoughts and feeling of those who have lost their jobs or worrying about losing their jobs. people come into teaching and learning and all the support crew and everything else for stability, not out of fear, and they deserve that. So I wanted to come out and say that the emotions are definitely warranted. That said, we do have to look at getting out of a negative status and floating the boat right. We could do that by December in the first interim. Think about where we were a year ago. Think about, Trustee Brown, how many meetings did you say we had this year?
I just know when I was president last year, we had 20 hours of budget meetings.
And more this year. And we started earlier. And the deleterious effect was unbelievable on people's feelings. We've increased the reserves to 5%. Now, really, 3% is stabilization money, so it's like we can't touch that. So that really only gives us 2% in liquidity in rainy days. We have to improve our cash flow position. And by the way, this is not staff saying this. This is FCMAT. This is the county. We met with them last week. They're echoing all of these remarks. We must discontinue one-time funds for ongoing expenses. That's been said about 20 times tonight. And above all, and this is a part of the assumption, we really have to take care of our people and attract and retain talent with competitive compensation. That is a huge assumption, and anticipate and continue to plan for declining enrollment as variable and fixed costs fixed costs remain the same, variable costs go down, and revenue precipitously falls. And we need to continue on the revenue side to continue for advocacy for more money at the state level, and also to chase revenue. Ahmad, I think right out of the gate in August, will be looking at the revenue dashboard. We have enrollment campaigns. I could double click on this and talk about revenue a lot more. But tonight, what we want to talk about is presenting some options to you and recommendations. So the next slide. So we did review the current reductions for 26-27. We're not going to take a deep dive into that, but we're going to look at this later. But this is kind of like a upcoming attractions. Namarta?
Thank you, Dr. Geisels. So at President McCaughey's request, I'll just very briefly review the spreadsheet and what this means. So listed here are all of the items that the board considered as options for reductions over this past year, and I apologize that it's kind of small and hard to see. And it goes in order of the items that were considered first last fall. So you'll note that at the very top of the sheet, everything that's displayed, it totals about 16 million, which is roughly what the board has looked at over the past year. We've got the items that were weighted as ones last November for immediate reduction. Those are listed first. They're listed in the order that they were presented at the time. Here at the top right in the blue, we have the savings from each item indicated. So the savings that have been realized based on a reduction, a layoff, or other cut. And then we also have this column with the orange header that are the restorations, so things that have been restored either due to other funding being realized, concessions with labor partners, or in some cases a restoration of a rescission of a layoff. So this list, we just take it down. We also have a column here for negotiable items. So if something is negotiable, it has a check mark in this column. For example, these couple of items here were negotiated with CSEA, work year reductions, and so the savings for those items are reflected. Continuing down this list with all of the ones that we've experienced, there's one item from that list of ones that was a restoration. That's why it's in the orange column here due to title funding that came through. Again, the board had directed Cabinet to begin rescinding and or restoring items based on funding that relieved the general fund. So wherever that occurred, you'll see those changes reflected. Continuing down, we continue to see the ones. We're still on the list of ones. Items that are listed as negotiable but with no associated monies on the right are those that are still in, we're still in discussion with labor partners. So those are the items involving APT, because we have not concluded our negotiations. And then continuing on, we then come to the threes. So the threes begin here. And with the threes, there's a column on the right in purple that indicates the rescinding order that the board determined. I believe it was in April. So that if additional funds were achieved, or if negotiations went in a certain direction and we could rescind some of these layoffs or restore some of these items, that we would go in this order. What occurred was some of the items came with outside funding that were directly tied to specific line items. So you'll notice that not everything went in the order of 1, 2, 3, 4. It went out of order because of funding that was specifically tied to specific items. So these are the restorations in the orange, and some also generated additional general fund savings in addition to the restoration, because they came from outside funds. So we carry on down below, and the threes continue to the bottom of the list, which brings us, we have one item up top that hasn't been restored, but then we continue down to the bottom. These are basically the remaining items that have been cut in that layoff notices were issued for these items. So as far as the district's planning, these items have been cut. If there are rescissions that are, or rescinding that's going to happen now, that shifts, and then there may be restorations that the board is considering. But this is how the list of all the options that have been considered since last year looks. The savings that the board has realized to date based on the items being cut that are indicated in blue, and restorations made thus far.
Thank you. Namarta, can you please scroll up to the buffer where we've, so we're going to, can you go to the left? Down a little bit, because it's, scroll down just a tad.
Sorry, this computer works backwards.
There we go. Okay, right there. So I want you to look at J7, J1, and J2, the last line on the top page, the first two lines on the bottom page. You see elementary music specialist, elementary science specialist, and elementary physical education specialist. We're going to go back to this list, but I want to get some clarification on those three items, which were next in your terms of a priority for rescinding, right? We did manage to work hard on this and cobblestone some clarification and thoughts about being able to keep a great deal of these programs without having to spend the money or take back the money from the $2 million. So Ed's going to go through that slide by slide. It is complex. He's going to give an overview of it at first, and then David's here because the creative solutions here, they work in terms of financially, but it was a lot of thinking on your part. So Ed?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Geisels, and thanks to Ms. Graywall, too, for just giving more context and more background on the restoration list as it sits, and that's what I want to do here, is provide some clarification for the board and the community on the three items that Dr. Geisels just highlighted, and specifically the specialists. There's been a lot of work about the specialists in terms of what would we do with bell schedules, with prep schedules, with schedules for students, for teachers, wherever it lands. And so we wanted to provide some clarification to the board regarding these three items specifically, because those are the three items that we've been doing a lot of work on. The highlights I'm going to review with the board are not weighted in any way. These are just factual bullets that I'm stating for your consideration as you deliberate and do the next steps in this particular agenda item, okay? So I just wanted to say that. So for the next item on that list that Ms. Graywall reviewed, we have elementary music specialists. What we found due to the decrease in enrollment is the reduction that occurred that Ms. Graywall indicated of 1.26 FTE reduction for music specialists. Actually, we find with the remaining music specialists, we do not have to restore this 1.26 because of that decrease in enrollment. We can actually continue to provide music and fifth grade band and strings as is. We can continue with that schedule in the current format, even with this reduction, okay? Again, a statement. I'm not weighing it one way or the other, I'm just stating it. The other thing, too, with elementary music, with this reduction that's already happened, our teacher prep requirements will maintain its current structure. That's what I mean by that reduction in and of itself with the remaining music specialists can cover the current structure for the preps, but also get the students in all grades their music and the fifth grade band and strings. Next.
Sorry, Ed, for organizational purposes, are you saying we can cross that off on this chart paper?
I'm not making the recommendation.
No,
that's completely up to all of you.
But, but you're saying...
What?
No, let me... What I'd like to do is continue. Yeah. Again, I'm stating some clarifications as Dr. Geisel's charged us to do today for the board for your consideration, for your deliberation, frankly. So can I continue with the clarifications of these three positions?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. The next one on the list is elementary science. And so with the way the reductions have already occurred, and it was a 50% reduction of 8.0 FTE to 4.0 FTE. With that reduction, as it sits now, we do have to restructure elementary science. And so what that means is in the bullets there, we have that the remaining 4.0 FTE for science specialists can cover grades 4 and 5 science by a specialist. Okay? With that 4.0 remaining, we can cover 4 or 5 science with the specialists. Grades 1 to 3, the classroom teachers have to cover the science standards as it is right now. A little bit of good news, and we have taken the board's direction. Should monies be available to us, specific to certain positions, we can restore those positions. So what we found is when we combine or collect some Prop 28 funding, we can restore 2.8 FTE of science specialists. What that would do is then it can cover the lower grades, a portion of it, not all, a portion of it, and we would have to do a little bit of training for elementary computer science. And I say that specifically because computer science actually falls within the Prop 28 funding model. So we would have to do some training, but we can restore back 2.8 FTE of science specialists. With that, the teacher prep requirements, again, can be covered with this current structure that I just went over. And again, I'll take questions and stuff in a little bit. Elementary PE. So as it sits, the reductions that were made by the board was a 5.0 FTE reduction from a 10.0 FTE. When that, as it sits now, the way we would have to do it is we would have to structure elementary PE. And so elementary PE would be covered by the 5 PE specialists remaining across the 9 sites. And we looked at this very carefully, and Mr. Schrag and I, and there's things that we have to account for. There's travel time for the PE specialists, remaining PE specialists, and then the classroom teacher has to cover one of the PE classes per week to meet the PE minutes requirement. And it's 200 minutes for every 2 weeks. Yes. Okay, so kind of keep that in mind. That being said, the teacher prep requirements, we would have to change the bell schedule. We would have to have an early dismissal to cover teacher prep because of this reduction in the PE specialists. So I'm making that factual statement because we do have to restructure elementary PE given the reductions that have occurred. Dr. Geisels, that's it for me on these slides.
Thank you, Mr. De Lazo. So the recommendations are, slide. Now, when I say recommendations, it's your call. I mean, it's like listening to an advisor or a consultant and they're giving you advice. These are recommendations, but of course I'm going to open it up to the trustees to make final decisions. And first of all is to hold on to the original reduction plan to avoid future ongoing structural deficits. The fact is that when you reduce structural spending, that's the way to reduce structural ongoing deficits. That's the way to do it. And if you bring back programs, bring people back, that structure increases and you run the risk of greater structural deficits. Now, the fact is, too, is that no one likes to look at structure and decrease it. And speaking again, I've talked about the lowest decile. There's 3 tiers, really, of funding in schools in California. The first tier is out of sight. It's community funded or basic aid schools. They have structures that are much more resourced than we are. The second tier is those districts that have high unduplicated counts of students. Supplemental and concentration, over 55% of their students are unduplicated. We have 16%, only $5 million. So that's what puts us down in the lowest decile. So we are looking at structures that aren't in line with what we can afford. And it's very unfortunate that we have to downsize in terms of our structures, but we have to avoid ongoing structural deficits. Now, we did, as Ed was saying, we cobbled together creatively some Prop 28 funding and the like to consider the restorations and science specialists and so on and so forth. That said, the recommendation at this point is that we add all additional new ongoing funds towards compensation. And I say that because really it's about attracting and retaining talent, taking care of our people. Now, $2 million is not a lot. We talked last time about across-the-board increase in comp is $1.7 million for every 1%. So it's not a lot. It's not even close to coming up with COLA. That being said, the priority, I think, is to take care of our people. The other thing is that we must, and this has been told time and time again, we have to hold to allocating one-time funds, which is the $11.7 million toward one-time expenditures. So those are the recommendations, and now we'll be free to ask questions and, oh wait, another one? Keep going. Oh, forgot this one. This is very important here, the one-time funding. Ahmad, you want to talk about this?
Sure. So again, we, in order to even have that ongoing $2 million, we need to take the first $2.5 million and plug our negative ending fund balance of this year. And so that's what the first $2.5 million would go to. We have talked about increasing the economic uncertainty reserve by 2%, and so this would be outside of the stabilization fund. This would be much more accessible in terms of utilizing it without any state approval. We have really done a deep dive and with the curriculum and instruction team, and in the next several years we have significant number of book adoptions and curriculum that are coming up, and so we are indicating to allocate those dollars for those purposes, and then that leaves us about $785,000 for other one-time or period-defined set-asides that we know that we can then allocate, have ongoing resources towards. And two of those considerations.
I'll take that. Sure. Okay, so, and then the chart above is existing information. What we've done is further recommendations, and these are just considerations for what to do with that $785,000. Now, this is definitely sticking to only spending one-time funds on one-time expenditures. And the first one is to use a one-year gap funding to restore health services. This has a plan, though. It would be only one time. We wouldn't put it in unless there was a high degree of confidence that we could find the money to keep it going. And that money would come from specifically billing of CSEA people, billing, getting that revenue back, and then funding it the second year and then there forward. The risk of this would be that wouldn't be fulfilled, so this truly would only be 1 year. It's not like another thing where we would say, let's fund something for 1 year without any identified or confidence level that we can create ongoing money after that. The second one consideration is right in the line of attracting and retaining our people, and that is we made the reduction of a one-time cut for this next year, 26-27, on educational degree stipends, and again, for that's one-time 26-27, and that one-time money would restore that cut for $415,000. So with that, the next slide, and we ending it now, good. Deliberation, direction, thank you.
Questions? So why don't we do 3 per person, then rotate to give a little timing on this? I'll start, let's just go down the line. Trustee Brown, if you're ready. If you want to pass, you can pass.
Trust me, I'm ready, but actually I'm going to cede. I'll come back to me.
Okay, I'm looking at the prep schedule. I want to make a couple of comments. When you did the prep schedule, you added 5 minutes to each of the day. So when they're actually getting out early, you have to subtract that 20 minutes. So they're not getting their full prep, in my opinion. And anyway, I'll say my comments for later. My other question is, so 4 or 5 teachers, they will have 2 science preps a week. Is that correct? According to this? And so then elementary 1, 2 will not have science prep. They would have a computer science.
Yeah, and let me be clear that the computer science would be for the prep purposes. It would not be for teaching the science content that the first, second, and third grade teachers would need to teach.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but it's different from science. Okay.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Repeat your answer,
So
please.
there's science standards that are for every grade level. The science that will be taught is computer science. That is the purpose of that to be taught is to have the prep coverage for those teachers to have their prep minutes requirements met. So the primary teachers would be responsible for teaching the science content in their classrooms.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep going. I'm sorry, I was just trying to get clarification to his response, so go ahead, you got 2 more questions.
Then the elementary teacher would have to teach PE and science in addition.
If the PE, again, some PE they would be sharing, as Mr. Giazza stated. They'd be doing 1 PE class and actually a little bit more because the 200 minutes does not get fully covered by the prep. It's 45 minutes, and again, that's 90 minutes for every 2 weeks.
Right.
So the teacher would be responsible for that. That's correct.
Right.
So there's a different, for PE, everybody gets 2 PE preps, both upper grade and lower grade. So with this the way it stands right now, the PE teachers would teach 1 section of PE, but the classroom teachers would also be responsible for teaching PE for a portion of the time as well.
Yeah, so there's additional teaching on their plate.
Correct.
With less time to teach.
Correct.
Okay. My question.
Trustee Jones?
All right, so because I just saw that. So for the HSAs, if we did the one-time funding, the $135,000, we are sure that we would then be able to transition to funding that through the medical billing.
We're not 100% sure. Here's why, and we've talked about this too, just a reminder to the board. We don't know what that final reimbursed amount of money will be. So we're going through that process now and really determining who are the billers, and the people that can bill, there's different rates. And so we're working with our union partners to determine that pilot. And Namara, do you want to add anything to that? Because I know are we in the middle of that, or has that been settled?
I think, as Maurice indicated, this would be CSEA positions funding, not this, nothing to do with the APT medical billing.
Oh, did I misunderstand the question then?
Is the medical billing MOU, is the agreement that just goes into the general fund right now, or was the agreement that it goes towards APT positions?
The agreement was that it would go towards either positions or programs supported by APT.
So HSAs don't fall under that then, correct?
Oh, but there's classified employees that also do billing.
All right, and so then the assumption under, sorry, I know it's more than one, but I just want to make sure we're very clear on this. So then that 135, the assumption is it's coming out of the CSEA medical billers.
I mean, I could just, I don't know if we could say it with certainty today. I mean, that's the plan, what you just stated. So, you know, it's complicated for me because, again, you know, there's the MOU component to it. There's the who can bill component to it. What's the amount that we will receive from this billing? There's too many unknowns, Trustee Jones, for me to say, yeah, for sure, this is what it is, but that is our plan.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all. I'm just trying to, for me, figure this out.
For your understanding.
Yeah, because I like this as a way of getting that across, because then that also allows our one-time funding to be more stable. So that's why I just wanted to check with that, because I would be fine with doing that, because that would help our that would help our ongoing funding. I'll just ask one more that's connected. When it comes to the way that our science programmatics are for first through fifth grade, that is done, is it set up so that it's looking at like biology and chemistry, like in an evolutionary pattern, or like how does that look?
I don't know if that's an elementary question, but there's specific science standards for each grade level. And again, the way that it stands now is that there's the science specialist teaches, and the classroom teacher also teaches science, and that may be integrated into other subjects. And that's where we saw the possibility of teachers being able to do that, not as a standalone, but ways they could integrate it into, which is why we felt like the suggestion was to have the Prop 28 funds to support that, and teachers to do, but that's more of a high school question.
Oh, no,
I think in terms of the content.
Well, because I was just thinking when we're looking at the 1 through 5, the computer science doesn't, like, because I've looked at the textbooks that are used, computer science doesn't really connect with that. So what
Correct.
that would mean is that I feel like that would then mean, would it potentially mean that the teacher has half the time to do the actual core science standards then?
They'll have less time to do the science because they're getting their prep they're getting their prep minutes.
Okay.
Right.
And then, okay, I guess the last part of that then is, if we were to do the 2.8 that's in there towards, for example, having 2.8 as art teachers, would that expand the preps for the lower grade teachers so that they have the same amount of preps as the upper ones?
So the requirement based on the CBA contract right now is that upper grade teachers get 5 preps a week, and first through third grade teachers get 4. So there's a different amount required, which is, it makes it a little funky again because we have science now 2 times for upper grade teachers and only 1 time for primary as it stands right now. So it's different requirements for those grade levels, which makes this the difficult kind of puzzle to.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I was just wondering, if we did the 2.8 instead towards art, would that potentially allow 1 through 3 to get the same amount of preps, the 5 as the upper?
I don't know if art would satisfy that because that leaves us the same problem of who would teach the science. So I think.
Well, I meant like if we kept, sorry, I don't want to keep going, but if we kept science, for example, and instead had that 2.8 go as well towards art, then like if we kept the schedule as we currently actually have it today and did that 2.8 towards art, would that potentially give the amount needed for all of our teachers to then 1st through 5th all have 5 preps?
Yeah, but that's not the requirement that we need for, I think the idea is that the challenge is we have teachers who need time to teach all their content areas. And for example, if you add another prep in for our primary teachers, that again takes more time away from their ability to do that. So we're currently now with 225 minutes required for upper grades and 175 for grades 1 through 3. We want to give them as much time as we possibly can, again, with all of our requirements, but currently as it stands, the requirement is different for 4th and 5th grade versus 1 through 3. So,
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Walker.
Yeah, that's really hard for me to understand all the prep periods. And I mean, I just want to go over for the science specialist. So what you're stating is that 1 through 3 classroom teachers will still have to teach the science.
correct.
So there will be no science specialists teaching those
Correct.
that curriculum.
Yes, there would be specialists, but they're required content because the Prop 28 money has specific requirements for what we can use Prop 28 money for. Computer science, as Mr. Yalazo said, falls under that. So this is meeting the prep requirement that we have for our teachers. But the science teachers, again, for 1 through 3, would need to teach the science content, the classroom teachers.
Okay. We'll teach the science content. Okay, and then for the one-time monies for the educational degree stipends, that's across the board for every classification, certificated and.
That's for certificated was not part of that's a negotiated item.
Okay.
So it's the other 2 units.
It's the other 2 units, okay. Thank you. Okay, well, that's a lot of information for me to, thank you.
Can you also clarify about the music? I was confused about that. Do we need to make a motion about restoring them, or are they automatically restored? Yeah. I was confused.
Yeah, so that was my question. I know, if you could go back to that slide, Ed, it was the very beginning one where it says reduction of 1.26 FTE elementary music specialists, and I'm not sure it would need a motion. Your staff is giving us new information. I just wanted to clarify, you're basically saying, I'm interpreting it that because you're saying that due to lower enrollment and I guess I'm assuming attrition or whatever, that those positions are vacated, or what do you mean by that? So why would the board have to take action if you're saying that it's fully staffed and no longer needed?
So the board made the reduction, correct? 1.26 FTE for music specialists.
Yes, but now you're saying that due to lower enrollment, that reduction doesn't need to be made, is basically what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is, based on our analysis of how many classrooms are available, how many sections are needed for a music specialist to continue to provide, I'll call it status quo, in terms of the number of sections that we now have, which is lower because we have fewer kids. This particular reduction that has been made, in my opinion, does not have to be restored, because the current remaining FTE of music specialist of 5.78, I believe, can cover the current music sections that are needed and the 5th grade band and string sections by 3 teachers who will travel. Mr. Schrag, did I capture that accurately?
No, I understand the concept. I mean, that you already stated that, but I guess the question from a programmatic, procedural, I'm just asking procedurally, what happens to the 189, the money? We're talking 182, I'm sorry, 182,700.
Oh, I see. So in the course of your deliberations, we're providing you information to clarify, right? So it's up to you. What our recommendation is, like, let's say you say, you know, that music specialist 1.26,
So in other
let's bring it back.
So we could say we want to allocate that 182 to something else.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Let me clarify that. The reduction of 182 has already been made in the budget. If you bring that back, then you are actually adding more resources to music above current program standards. There is no need to restore this item.
But we can put it somewhere else.
No, the reduction has already been accounted for in the budget.
So that's why I asked originally if we should just cross it off on the list, just literally cross it off, because it's not applicable anymore.
Yes,
okay,
I would agree with that.
Can I try to rephrase in board speak? They're saying that due to the teacher-student ratio, there doesn't need to be as many sections of music, and the reduced FTE that we're left with is enough to cover band and strings and still offer the same program.
That's not my question. We understand that.
Okay, in which case, then what he's saying is the 182,700 is not something the board needs to consider restoring, because we can continue operating the program without impacting our students.
Right, so procedurally, I'm just recommending the board members just cross a line on where it says 2.7, we just cross that off, because there's no need to discuss it, period. Thank you. That was my original question from the get-go. Thank you. All right, other questions, please? Anyone else? We're getting into the weeds here. Okay, so I don't have any other questions. I'm going to pass it back to Trustee Brown, please.
Okay, so given that we've covered the music, going back to the elementary science, I guess two questions that I have is we've heard a lot of parents sort of say they don't really want our grade 1 kids on computers. So I'm a bit concerned about suggesting that as a solution. I would almost prefer the art option. And also, if you were to do computer science, now you're going to have to provide computers for that, and I don't know whether we have enough computers to be doing that. So that.
Can I make one comment about that?
Sure.
So Project Lead the Way, which would be the curriculum we're using, does have some computers where there's a lot of hands-on kind of building robots. I know I've gone to watch the programs and don't know specifically about grades 1, 2, and 3, but there's not just screens. It's really about a lot of other kind of things related to computer science. So just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Yeah, understood. I think my opinion doesn't change on that. Yeah, so my preference would be that we consider art over if we were trying to use Prop 28 money there. What is the current science FTE? I know we were reducing 4. What are we left with after the 4 reduction?
It's a 50% reduction. So we had 8.0 FTE.
Okay.
And so we reduced by 4. We're left with 4.
Okay. And you're saying the remaining 4 is enough to cover continuing the grade 4-5 science program?
Correct.
Why did we not know that before?
We've said it before.
It's been provided to it's been provided to the board.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then let's go to the PE one. So right now with the we're going from 10 to 5, correct?
That is correct.
And you're 1P. So this solution doesn't solve the change in schedule requirement.
Correct. This is not a solution. What we did was provide you with the reduction. We're stating that grade 1 to 5 classroom teacher would have to teach one of the PE classes. That's what we're stating. And the schedule would change and add an early dismissal on Wednesdays with this reduction. And this is the reduction, if you want my opinion. This is the reduction that would have the greatest impact to the bell schedule and the added class that Trustee Carrion mentioned that a teacher would now have to teach. So this particular option has the greatest impact on those two things.
And on our parents.
reduction.
And on our parents and students.
Correct. That bell schedule change is a pretty
But
significant
this
impact.
slide essentially isn't any different than what the board previously discussed as the impact of this reduction in 5 FTE, correct?
Correct. Just stating that we have to restructure. We just gave you a little bit more information as to what that would look like. We thought it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm wondering about the numbers. You said that we have declining enrollment, and so music, we were able to finagle. What about PE and science? What are the actual numbers? How many classes do we actually need with declining enrollment?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So the 1.26 reduction was minimal enough that we figured with the remaining that we can. A 50% reduction would require a restructuring. So Mr. Schrag, you want to give a little bit more color to that? We went through an analysis of looking at, again, how many classrooms are needed to provide the PE. That determines our number of sections. Then we have a whole formula of determining FTE.
Yeah, that's accurate. So we have currently 142 classrooms, or classrooms that would need to teach PE. So let me go to so it's 284 classes of PE that need to get taught, and that factors into being 9.16 FTE total. So if we wanted to have PE taught by specialists, we need 9.16 FTE to do that. So that's down from about 20 sections from last year in terms of when you talk about the difference between last year and this year. But that's about, so that's the required number that we would need. We currently have 5 is how it stands. So the difference would be 4.16 FTE that would be need for every classroom to have those 2 classes of PE per week that we have now.
So just doing the math, Trustee Carrion. So we had a 10.0 FTE. We reduced it to 5. Based on what Mr. Schrag just said, the restoration of 4.16, let's just round up, it would get us to 9.2, so that if the board were to make that decision, the actual reduction from 10 would actually only be 0.8 to then cover all the PE sections where the teacher's not teaching and we don't have to have a early dismissal.
Well, that's my question. What is the bottom line if we want PE? What do we need, 4.2 instead of 5?
The bottom line would be to restore 4.2.
Okay, and how much is that money?
Well, 4.16 is 603,200.
Okay, so because we're going to be adding up money. 603,200?
I'd already done the math, 603,200.
603,200, okay, to restore that, okay. Okay, I think I need to make a motion to extend the meeting because there's no way we're going to be done in 10 minutes.
Trustee Carrion, what time would you like to propose? You're the one that likes to be done at 10.
I know. What do you think, 11? Is that enough time? Or?
We have a lot of agenda items. So we can only make one.
Recommend midnight. We're not going to do it.
Just procedurally, we can only make one motion, one
Okay.
time correction.
All right, I'll make a motion to no later than midnight.
Looking for a second?
I will second it.
Any other comments before we vote? Okay, roll call.
And my apologies to my wife if you're watching this on the live stream, but yay.
Yay.
Aye.
Aye.
And aye. Motion passes. We will adjourn and make sure to make time management to conclude this meeting by midnight. Thank you. Okay, sorry, going back to additional questions. Other questions?
Same idea for science. If we wanted to restore science, how much would that cost? How many is needed? Is it still 4 elementary science specialist? I want the exact numbers.
So the restoration, including the 2.8, we would reduce 1.2 from the original 8. So that would be 6.80, so an additional 2.80. Which is how much? 406,000.
And that's for how many science teachers?
That's the additional 2.8 because you already reduced 4, so it's bringing back. Scratch that. We bring back 2.8, but we would reduce from the original 8 of 1.2.
Sorry,
See that?
just the total number.
2.8 is what you want to
2.8
restore.
for $406,000.
Is that right? Yeah, thank you.
But are you factoring in the 2.8 from the Prop 28 and doing that calculation? Are you doing 4 minus 2.8? I know, that's why I'm confused.
That's why I'm saying it's inclusive of that, not using Prop 28.
I think that's what we're saying. We want to know that amount
Correct.
so that we can just have
So to
science.
sum it up, 406,000 plus 603,200 to restore back the PE and science, correct? Based upon this discussion, potentially, which would be roughly $1 million. Yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Doing the
got
math
it.
there. Yep.
Rolling. Next. Other questions? Other questions? Okay. I don't know what questions I have, so I'm going to open this for public comment. I do know that there's going to be speakers. If you could please, we're going to start with people who have filled out comment cards first. For those who are lining up, please grab a card and fill it out because we do have quite a few people who have already submitted cards. So just get a card first. Did you already call her?
No. Rachel Ensler.
Look,
your time.
Listen, for anyone who is wanting to stand in line, if you don't have a comment card, please get a comment card, and Lenita will call the people who have a comment card first.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go? Yep. Okay, I'm ready. I'm Rachel Ensler. I'm a teacher here in the district. I've been a parent in this district forever. I'm very involved. I've spoken at lots of meetings, and I am trying to stay in the zone of peace, but I'm finding it very frustrating to listen to all of this, and I'm looking at Mary Jo, and I think you understand, as a retired teacher, the level of frustration I feel. This, as an elementary school teacher, feels ridiculous to me, and I think I'm speaking from emotion when I say this is untenable for students and for teachers at the elementary level, and certainly for primary elementary as a second grade teacher. Are we doing what's best for our students? We are not. This proposal does not work for kids. It doesn't. And today's dollars need to be spent on the children in front of us now, because primary elementary prepares them for upper elementary, which prepares them for middle school, which prepares them for high school. And if we're not supporting them at the foundational level, then they're not going to be successful as they move forward. They need these skills now. And when we talk about science and about integrated learning, I'm sorry, we don't. Science lab is amazing, and I love all of our science teachers, but we also do teach science in the classroom, but we don't do the hands-on because we don't have enough minutes as it is. And in the past, we taught it. Our ELA program was integrated to our science standards. Our new program looks interesting, and I'm excited. I went to the training. I've been spending time over the last couple of weeks trying really hard to synchronize what we're going to do, and I will tell you, it does not line up with our science standards or our social studies standards. And you're taking away minutes after minutes after minutes. Now I'm teaching PE, now I'm teaching science, and I also have to teach all of our standards in social studies and science that don't sync directly with this new program. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm saying I don't have enough time. You can't be taking away my instructional minutes and expect me to have the same successful outcomes that we have demonstrated. You're taking away potentially my intervention specialists at my site because we do so well. We do so well because we have a great program. Stop taking away all of our tools. Stop it. It's not okay. It harms my students. I'm not talking about my salary. I'm not talking about any of that. Stop harming the students that are sitting in front of me every single day, expecting me to do a great job. It is unacceptable. I have so much more that I could say. And let me just add really quickly, I know it's going to rain, is that the computer science that you're talking about is not what the state standard is. I just looked it up. It's how to use a modem. It's how to understand how a program works. And what this SB bill, I can't remember the number, it's about computer arts. And so if we're going to do arts in that capacity, I still have to teach them how to do those basic standard skills, and I don't have the minutes for that. please reevaluate your approach as you look at taking away instructional minutes from our most vulnerable students and our youngest students. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next is Amanda Srirachi, Paul Stewart, and then Patty Hanafi.
Is this still on? Thank you. Hello, I'm Amanda Srirachi. I am an intervention specialist, and I was prepared to say I'm looking forward to witnessing the rescinding of positions with that extra $2 million. This presentation has blindsided me a bit. I didn't get to review it before this meeting. I agree with Rachel Ensler. Computer science, please don't do that. It does not cover the standards, and that would cause our teachers to have to teach science that are the standards with less time with their students. I do want you just to refer to that rescinding list and spend the $2 million, and hopefully there's some left over to restore intervention. I think there is a misconception that our intervention specialists are funded with one-time money from COVID. We were created in 2018. We were not created for one-time use because of lack of learning during COVID. We were created with the intention to be ongoing. Maybe at one point we were funded with some one-time money because it made sense, because we were supporting some learning from learning loss, but we were not created with that intention. So please bring intervention specialists back too. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for your time. If you guys ever have specialist questions, please contact us because we have done this for so long. Patty and I alone have done this for over 45 years between the two of us, and we know these things inside and out. I will say Ed was correct for physical education, 200 minutes every 2 weeks. Simplify that. It's 100 minutes every week. Teachers are already supposed to be covering 10 minutes. They would now need to do 55 minutes every week. This has to do with a lawsuit in Albany, I believe, from about 2 decades ago. And I believe teachers are supposed to log hours. I'm not sure how that works since I'm not a classroom teacher. I'm really up here to ask a question, though. I'm glad this slide is still up here because I'm quite confused. Classroom grades 1 through 3 classroom teachers will cover science standards. So if they're going to cover the science standards, I understand that. If they're going to be doing the computer science, then they're losing 45 minutes. We still need a specialist to come in somehow to cover their 45 minutes. Otherwise, you're out of contract. So unless I am misunderstanding this, so this is a question for you all, and I am allowed to ask questions. And if you guys can circle that square for me, please. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the slide.
Up to President McCaughey. Do you want us to address Mr. Stewart?
So I think due to the nature of the discussion tonight, staff, typically we don't always respond to direct questions, but I do think it would be a good clarification on this particular occasion. So staff, if you could provide clarification to the board in regards to this question.
So as stated, the 2.8 computer science being taught is to cover the prep, and there would still be the prep that the primary teacher would need. So it would be that prep plus their music prep plus their PE prep plus
the 45 minutes on Wednesday. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so that accounts for the preps for the primary teachers.
So I'm still confused. The science teacher is teaching computer science.
No, this would be a additional teacher that's not covering the science content, that's teaching computer science, that's coming in, that we would, with the 2.8, the extra 2.8, that would be paid for by Prop 28 money.
Okay.
So the classroom teacher would be teaching the science.
I really recommend you guys put that on the slide.
Yeah. So Paul, we would restore that bullet 1, 2, 3. We would hire back science specialists to cover the 2.8 if this were to happen. So yes, we would hire back 2.8.
Great. If you hire them back, then just have regular science instead of computer science.
No, because Prop 28 requires us to, this computer science was one of the subjects that we can bring back with Prop 28.
I do.
Okay, so
I do understand.
So real quick, just to bring it full circle, so just for clarification, as Ed DeLaza said originally, that the loophole is that Prop 28 funding can fund, as already most people are familiar with the Prop 28 funding can cover for the arts, but there is specific language in the Prop 28 funding that it can cover for elementary computer science. So that is where it couldn't be necessarily strictly just science, it would have to be the computer science. Correct, Ed?
Correct. And going back
So
to
it would not be
Trustee Brown, when he said, hey, Ed, is that 2.8, when that number, that figure I gave you, that's why it would not count. We would not use Prop 28 funding. If we brought back, as Paul just said, science specialists, period, then we can cover all the preps. We don't have to use Prop 28.
Right, okay. Got it.
All right, I do understand.
So
Thank you. I would recommend maybe amending that slide to make that a little more understandable. And I would say just let's be careful when we talk about an art teacher potentially taking over one of the preps. Not a bad idea, but please keep in mind that a prep teacher needs to be credentialed. And my understanding, and I could be wrong, I cannot say this is fact, my understanding that the art specialists that we have been graced by, and believe me, I think art is just as important as science and physical education and music, and of course music is part of the arts. But that person needs to be credentialed in my impression. My understanding is that not all of them were. So just something to be careful with. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to go back to additional public comment. Yes, and others, please.
Brian Hannafy. Brian, then Beth Thompson. Brian Hannafy, Beth Thompson, Janet Gates, and Cheryl Pacheco.
Hi, Brian Hannafy. I'm a member of the community. I'm sorry I can't always write very well. I'm going to try to stay very calm and unemotional today, but I'll warn you now I am going to tear off a couple of Band-Aids, so we need to be aware of that in the next couple of minutes. The first thing I want to do is address Trustee Brown said earlier about us having added a whole bunch of programs during COVID using one-time funds, and now we got to roll all that stuff back. But I want to point out that music and PE and science, the youngest of those programs, I believe, is 20 years old. That'd be the science program. The others are longer than that. So whatever we added during COVID, that's not what we're talking about taking out here. We're talking about taking out programs that have been built out over decades, literally. Second thing, I want to make sure that you all, everyone here in plain English, understands when it says teacher prep requirements covered by X, Y, or Z on all of these slides. What that actually means is right now, today, when the teacher is busy preparing for lessons and so forth, the kids are in another room with a specialist and being taught, so they're still having classroom minutes. When you take away the specialist, you still have the prep time happening, but there's nobody to cover the kids, which means you can have a shorter school day. It's really that simple. You're shortening the school day, and oh, by the way, you're adding things for them to teach, like science and PE and so forth, so it's less time, more stuff. I would also point out that the reason that the science specialists were added 20 years ago, and I was there when this happened, is that the grim truth is that for grades 1, 2, 3, especially in elementary school, science is the hardest thing for the teachers to teach. It's just they're not comfortable with it. It's just not who they are. So the specialists there made a huge difference in the test scores, and you're going to lose that because that's how that works. Finally, one other thing I want to address just really quickly that came up today. I have a degree in computer science from UC Berkeley. I wrote my first line of code when I was 9 years old. That's young for writing code. You are not going to teach computer science to grades 1 through 3. You're just not going to do it. 6, 7, 8, you're not going to teach them computer science. What you are doing here is babysitting screen time, and I want to make sure we're really clear that's what that value is. It's nothing. Thank you. I yield my time.
If you could just reintroduce yourself before speaking, thank you.
Me again, Beth Thompson. Okay, there are several things that I'd like to address in that. First of all, science. Kids are already facing a significant and measurable drop in attention spans, in critical reading and in academic proficiency, due in part to over-reliance on digital screens. I know that I am really strict with my daughter. She gets an hour of screen time a day, and that's it. I do not want her to be in front of more screens in school. It would make me overjoyed if you took all of the screens out of the school and go back to whiteboards, because I hate it. I think it's ridiculous. But anyway, the PE schedule changes. You are reducing the break times of first, second, and third grades with this schedule. Have you tried to get a 7-year-old to eat a snack when they need to, rather than going to play on the monkey bars, talking specifically about my daughter? It is a nightmare, and you're going to try and do that in less amount of time? Are you insane? You're cutting break times, lunch times for 4th and 5th graders when they need that time to blow off steam. And you are spitting in the face of every single dual income or economically disadvantaged family in this district by these timetable changes. They cannot deal with the late start, the early finish, and all of this. It is too much. It really is. And I think you are doing a massive disservice to the employees of this district by implying that they will be more concerned with their own compensation packages than keeping the programs that our kids find so vital to their education. Thank you very much.
So Janet Gates and then Cheryl Pacheco.
Hello, Janet Gates, speaking as a citizen and former elementary principal and former science teacher. I do want to point out, I hope that this doesn't offend, but all elementary teachers are credentialed to teach all subjects. It's called a multi-subject credential. There are many districts that have all subjects taught in the classroom by the classroom teacher. In some cases, it's wonderful because there's such a great bond between the teacher and those students. It would allow, just thinking creatively, the use of science, which I, as a science teacher, find an inherently interesting subject that I loved to teach. You could use science to teach other subjects, reading, writing, math, in a way that maybe is more engaging than the way it's taught on its own. I don't know, but it's a possibility. Same with PE. Physical activity can be used to teach other subjects, and I've seen our elementary teachers do that very well. When we have fewer funds, we have to make do with less. I want to address this talk about computer science. That's the name of a course that's being considered because it would provide an option that could be paid for by Prop 28 funds. Nobody's saying that kids are going to be programming. It's a course that we can use to be paid for outside of our district funds. There are also many other ways that funding could be gained. There are the most of our salaries are paid for classroom teachers, and if the teachers determined that there were ways that everybody could be cut a little bit, that would be an option that could be considered.
Thank you. Next. If you could please just reintroduce yourself, please.
Hi, Cheryl Pacheco, Head Counselor, Amador Valley High School. So I'm just here to request that the 1.0 at Amador and Foothill for high school counseling is reinstated. At the last school board meeting, discussions came up on credit recovery. That's something that the counselors do and help support our students to help them get on track for A through G eligibility as well as graduation. We also talked about the new California Colleges program that will help with students applying to CSUs and help get rid of some of the barriers to help our students with their college applications. We also help with that. Tonight we covered the dashboard that talks about attendance, graduation rates, UC A through G eligibility, and college and career readiness. That's all counseling. We also talked about the California Healthy Kids Survey, where you saw almost 1 out of 5 seniors are chronically sad. And then we also saw that the students and families, 64% felt like counseling wasn't where it needed to be. So just a reminder that Amador already had 1.8 counseling cut, I think it was 2 years ago. As of right now, we have another position cut, so that puts us at 2.8, which is a reduction of 38% of high school counseling at Amador within the last 4 years. I have Solana here with me. She is the support counselor at Foothill High School, and I cannot tell you how valuable Jen and Solana's positions are. The kids know that they can go to them anytime.
They do risk assessments, as do the alpha counselors. And a risk assessment, which is essentially a suicide assessment, can last up to 4 or 5 hours. So when we're looking at cuts and bringing back positions, I just want to make sure that we have a full picture of what the counselors do. We cover a whole vast different areas. So not in addition to the social emotional, which is of course the most important, we want to make sure our kids are safe. We also do a lot of different things in terms of attendance, academics, college readiness, college eligibility, graduation, and making sure that our students have support going through that 4-year journey. But it also starts at kindergarten and works all the way through. So shout out to our elementary, middle, and high school counselors. So our students deserve the best, and they really need their counselors. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry?
That was the last speaker.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to actually direct it back to the board for any other additional questions that you might have, because I know that we moved to public comment pretty quickly. Trustee Carrion?
No, I just have some comments. Can I make them now? Or do you
Okay,
want to
well, hold on. I just want to make sure if there's anyone else that have any other questions. I do have one question, so let me ask my question first. My question would be, Maude, if the $2 million ongoing had no allocation towards compensation, then what would that mean? Because I know you basically stated in the earlier presentation that the state budget isn't quite finalized, but can you give any more impactful information on what the board needs to consider if the $2 million ongoing allocation that we're discussing here for potential restorations and no money is considered for compensation during this discussion, what does that mean for future compensation discussions? In terms of the allotment for the money, or what does that mean?
Well, the districts, again, the finances are tight, the expenditures, we built a better budget, but the pressures on future compensation are going to be significant, and we need to be forward thinking and to prioritize that for our community and staff. That's if we don't do that, we're going to be in a very difficult position in the months to come, in the years to come.
What do you mean by that? So in other words, I guess my question is from the state, when we're waiting from the state to finalize the budget, is there a potential of any additional ongoing money that the district might have that that hasn't been considered? So we might get news in a week or two that we have another $500,000 for ongoing. Is there any potential for that to happen that could be considered for compensation later, regardless of what we decide tonight?
Not that we can foresee. I mean, the major revenue sources are accounted for, which is mainly the LCFF and the 4.3% COLA. I mean, that's the major part of the new unrestricted revenue. I mean, I cannot see any for 26, 27 something that we have not factored in. Things may change in terms of our expenditures and some other factors there throughout the year. There's always a little bit more, a little bit less. But based on the budget that we have built, I don't see any more new dollars coming in for the district.
Okay. Good information for the board to consider. Thank you. Any other questions? Because if not, then I'll pass it. Do you have it? Okay, then I'll pass it. I'm sorry, Trustee Brown.
Can I just clarify with Ed real quick? So just to be clear, to teach grades 1 through 3 science with science specialists, given the current forecasted enrollment, we would need 2.8 FTE restored, and that's unrelated to the Prop 28, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to ask one more question based upon Trustee Brown's question. If the science 1 through 3, 2.8 positions for science are not restored for working with those grades, for sure there would have to be a reduction into the schedule for early dismissal on Wednesdays?
That has to do with the PE.
Oh, I'm sorry?
That's only for PE.
That's only for PE.
Yeah.
So the reduction for this, I'm sorry. So based upon Trustee Brown's question for the restoration for the potential 1 through 3 grades for science would not impact scheduling or preps or anything that's been discussed in the concerns about the PE piece?
No, it would change the bell schedule, but there's still the concerns about having less time and having to teach science still remain because the
So
specialists.
it's an instructional challenge of teaching science
Correct.
because the teachers would have to teach the science standards
Correct.
for grades 1 through 3.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, it's been a long night. Thank you.
So I would just like to say that I was actually on the negotiating team when science was introduced. And what happened was a chunk of money came in, and the teachers made a decision. They could either get compensation or they can get a science prep. And they decided that they wanted to use that money instead of compensation to get a science prep. And that's something that's their money. They decided that. And so I think it's really important that we restore. So I'm going to make a motion here. I want to restore.
I'm going to ask, if you want to make a motion, I'm going to ask that you hold off because we haven't had a chance for the rest of the trustees to make comments. No, I'm just saying, I don't want to rush other people, and I want to, out of respect to the other trustees.
I just make my motion. Or can I just
I'm,
say,
look, I'm asking for comments first before a motion. So are there, trustees, do you have any other comments before Trustee Karen proposes a motion? Do you have a comment? Do you have a comment? Okay.
So what I would suggest for this is, first, we should all say, one, there's two things we have to talk about tonight. What for the long-term funding, what would we like to see potentially returned or not? But also don't forget that we have the one-time funding, and we need to discuss and talk about, are we okay with putting that one-time funding towards the recommendations that were up there that you see now on the board? So that's personally why I would say, let's get it all out now so we all know where we stand, and then we can make a motion based off of that, because you might agree with something that one of us wants to add. I can go first, I guess. First, I want to thank our staff for doing this, because you were placed into an impossible decision, and I just want to remind the public that this is not staff saying what should be done. This is them giving us suggestions based off of the position that we put them into. So it's not them saying do this or do this. It's based off of what the situation we're now in. This is what we think might work, which again is an impossible situation. For me, what I would recommend is that we definitely use the 785 remaining to do the HSAs and see how medical billing works, because that will allow us to then use funding from the 2 million somewhere else. I agree that we need to fix our negative fund balance. I also agree that we do need to get our reserve up to 2%, up by 2%, so that we're at 5%. That is critical right now, so that we're not as close to the wire. Curriculum and adoptions, that will help us long term in making it so that we're not having to keep using these, basically doing like the bridging, which is costing us a lot of money. So that's going to save us and help the general fund out. And then we want to make sure we don't have issues recruiting staff. And to be blunt, staff has been through it. So I can see restoring or reinstating the one-time educational stipends for staff, CSEA, and everyone. As far as the ongoing funding goes, I would support the elementary science specialist, the physical education specialist, and then, sorry, my list is over here. I think that we also, personally, I'd like to bring back the high school counselors and the elementary intervention specialists. So like that's where, and that would clean up that list so it's all in order now. And I mean, you might disagree and that's okay, or maybe you agree, but like I just wanted to get out everything where I am, so you know where I'm at this position. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Thank you, Trustee Jones.
I would just agree that I would like to have the HSAs back. I would like elementary science, PE specialists, and counselors, and intervention. So I agree with Trustee Jones.
And I also agree with Trustee Jones and carry on.
Trustee Brown?
I'm in favor of bringing the PE specialist back to the 9.16 because it has the least. It minimizes the impact on our students and our parents. My secondary priority would be to consider restoring the science because I think it makes it a destination district. I'm okay with using one-time funding for the $135K for 1 year to try to see what the medical billing results in. But I don't think we should go any further than that. We should be leaving $1 million out of the $2 million in recurring in order to hopefully complete our negotiations with our union partners.
Okay, so any other comments? So I'd like to just make a couple comments. I just wanted to acknowledge staff, everyone, and Dr. Geisels, as well as the board, and everyone who's come tonight in regards to the time of preparation for these conversations. I think back to 2 years ago when it was very district directed, and we as trustees had a yay or nay on resolutions for these types of opportunities for whether they're reductions or considerations for restoration back. We as a district, compared to other districts in the county, have been recognized for the collaboration between the district and the board in regards to the painful reduction processes that we've done for the last 2 years. I would like to just remind the board that last year we made, if I recall right, $6 million in reductions, correct, staff? If we had made additional reductions, perhaps this challenge might have been different this year. We do need to be mindful of how we go through this process. I'm struggling through the conversations that we've had tonight as a former art educator myself, single subject. I'm still angry and coming to this district 8 years ago and shocked and appalled that there were no single subject art at the elementary level coming from other states where that's fully funded. It's no secret in terms of the funding challenges that our current state is being challenged with. And so it makes this very challenging for our board. That said, I'm also really struggling from the standpoint of we are not out of the woods and we're challenged with downward enrollment and fiscal responsibility, stewardship, and also it is no secret we will have to go back to the community for a parcel tax. So it needs to be very, very prudent for us as a board to think about not just tonight, but how we're handling these fiscal decisions, because there have been significant errors that have been done in the past with this, a lot of it from years past. So that said, my point would be that unfortunately, I do agree. Well, I don't want to. Let me be careful of the words. I do feel at this point, due to the constraints and the information that we have at this point of time, I do concur with fellow trustees restoring back for our physical education specialists due to just too much structural challenges that are having to be accommodated for that type of reduction. So I do concur with that. I don't want to get caught in the weeds of it's not our job to tell staff how to, or teachers how to do their jobs. That is something that will need to be worked out. So I am a little more reserved on going further in regards for science. But it's really more of having faith in the collaboration between the district, teachers, and the collaboration around that. But I understand that that's not necessarily a solution. So my point would be that if it is the will of the board for that conversation, I think we need to discuss that. In regards to one-time funding, I do appreciate the recommendation that staff you've put together to put one-time funding where it needs to go. I do also concur with Trustee Brown in regards, and all the trustees, for the restoration of the HSAs. Although personally, and other situations, I know other districts handle it differently, but based upon the concerns that have been highlighted, that I feel that would, in this one-time case only, I'm not a fan of using one-time money, but assuming that alternative funding can be taken care of for HSAs later, I do concur that that would be a good solution short-term. I do think we should explore other options for the one-time funding for the $450,000. And so those are my comments. So I'll bring it back, and I know that there were some conversations about a motion, so.
Yeah, we're going to split it in half. We're going to start with the one-time funding. So I will make a motion that we use the one-time funding to restore the negative funding balance, increase our uncertainty reserves by that 2%, the curriculum book adoptions, and then under the other one-time fund set aside, $135,000 of that towards the HSA, restoring those from reduction. And then reinstate the one-time educational degree stipends that were cut.
If we're still discussing that, could you consider amending it just to the 135, and we could table the 450,000, because I think we could get a mutual agreement.
I can amend it, and I accept that amendment.
Can we get a second?
I'm sorry, we're just doing the HSAs?
Just for now, we can just.
Yeah, I'll second that, yeah.
Okay, any discussion?
His motion is everything on this except the 415.
Yes.
So we're clear.
Any other discussion before we do a roll call vote?
If you're looking for a second.
No, we already got a second.
Okay.
So roll call vote then.
Aye.
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 And aye. District staff, do you have that for record? And for Lenita? Okay, great. All right, so further discussion and in regards to the other funding and discussions.
I'll make a motion that for the ongoing funding, that we restore 2.8 of the elementary science specialist, 4.26, or sorry, 4.2. Was that correct?
4.2, correct, for PE.
4.2 for PE, the 2.0 FTE for the high school counselors, the 2.5 for the elementary intervention, and 2.5 for the elementary intervention specialists.
I will second that.
And now we can discuss.
That helps. Is that motion based on what? The slides of clarification, or what's the full amount on the line items? I think we need that clarification. Trustee Jones.
So I'm doing it based off of the recommendations from staff for science specialists in physical education, and then the rest was off of what's actually on the line items. So it comes out to $1,748,700, I believe.
Good math skills.
Superintendent Geisels, like for PE, for example, we did not make a recommendation on the slides. Through the discussion and what was asked of me, I provided information such as, for example, for PE specialists, that reduction of 50% has a really great impact on bell schedules and prep times and so forth. So I just provided information, but it's not on the slide. Just to answer your question, sir.
Okay.
We don't have a second, do we? Or no, we do have a second on the table. So the way this works is we can do discussion before we vote. I'd like to reopen it up for discussion.
As I previously stated, I'm in support of the 4.2 FTE and the 2.8 for science. But we have not completed negotiations with APT, and I'm not willing to drive our recurring down to zero at this time.
Okay, I actually would like to put in a substitute motion and just make a motion to approve for PE only for right now, and then we can have a further discussion on the other items to see if we can get a 5-0 on my substitute motion. So I'm looking for a second to. So what I'm saying is let's break it down a little bit.
Point of order. He made a motion. I seconded it. I think we need to vote on that.
Okay, but point of order, you can also do a substitute motion, and if I get a second, then you have to approve the substitute motion before you do the other motion. So I'm asking for a second.
Okay, then I'll approve the substitute motion.
So it's just breaking it down. So then we're going to have a discussion on the substitute motion, and if it passes, then we can go back to the original motion. So I'm asking for the substitute motion because I think we can get a 5-0 vote on basically approving back restoration for the physical education positions, and then that's off the table, and then we can discuss the other items.
Okay, I was going to ask, as long as we can discuss the other ones still.
Yes, absolutely. So if there's no other discussion, a roll call vote to approve restoration for the physical education positions. If I'm understanding 4.2 to 609. I'm sorry?
4.2 is 609.
No, I just want to make sure it's the 4.2 positions to
609.
Thank you. I'm getting tongue twisted.
Okay. If it's a roll call vote, aye.
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 And aye. Great. Motion passes unanimously for the restoration of 4.2 for physical education.
I motion that we approve the science specialist restoration of 2.8.
I second it.
Okay, discussion.
I agree.
Okay, so. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just concerned. But okay, any other comments? So I just want to confirm for a quick question. So if we do approve the restoration for the 2.8 for the science, that would come to 406,000, which would basically mean the restoration allocation of roughly $1 million. Yes? Okay, that's all my questions. Roll call?
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. So just for clarification, and I don't know if anyone can do the exact total for the total amount that the board has approved for restoration. Staff, are you able to do that in the moment?
I'll make a motion.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking staff to confirm on the amount that the motion is just approved.
For the ongoing items?
Yes. How much money has the board just approved? I just want to make sure out of the $2 million, so we have an accurate number that we're working with, please.
You're not including the HSAs? You're just talking
No.
about the 2 specialists, right?
The HSAs were covered on the one time.
Yeah. Right.
It's okay. We'll wait patiently.
$1,015,000.
I agree.
Thank you, sir.
My math.
Okay. All right. So just to clarify for for everyone in the public and the audience and listening, so the board has approved to restore $1,115,000 for ongoing for restoration for science and our physical education specialists.
President
Correction,
McCaughey.
$1,015,000.
Thank you.
I thought I said that, but okay, thank you. I don't know what I said. Okay, thank you. All right, back to the board.
I'd like to make a motion to restore our high school counselors and our elementary intervention specialist.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have some questions on this. Staff, can you please clarify in terms of the negotiation to the CBA staffing level and clarifications for the high school counselors and what this means based upon this restoration versus what's in the contract?
Okay, I'll start. So the high school counselor restoration, we based it on the numbers at the time when we made the original recommendation item list to the board. I hope I have the numbers right. The total high school FTE for counselors, and I'm including village and PVAs, since we have high school students there, was 13.80 FTE. So when we did the math for both Amador and Foothill, the new recommendation was a reduction of 1 at Amador, leading to 6.0, a reduction of 1 at Foothill, leaving to 5.0, and keeping Village 0.40 and PVA 0.40, leading to 11.80 FTE. That's the 2.0 reduction that we put on the list. I will defer to Ms. Graywall about CBA staffing levels if that's part of the question.
Is that part of the question? Yes.
Sorry, yes, I was acknowledging. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes.
So the line item as it's stated is that the current staffing that Mr. D'Alauzo just pointed out, the 11.8 is when you do the ratio of enrollment to the staffing, it's within the ratio, the current count, that's ratio stated in the contract. So the staffing currently is above, it's above what the minimum would be. It's been shared, as you know, that counselors do a lot of other things, and we have high school counselors that do guidance counseling, the academic piece, and then we have high school counselors that do just the social emotional wellness piece, which was talked about today as well. But in totality, the ratio is below what's in the contract currently.
I'm sorry, to be real clear, I don't have the contract in front of me, and I'm sure people in the audience don't. Can you please give some clarity on when you say generality in terms of a ratio, what is that number? So what is in the contract, the counselor to student ratio, what is in the contract compared to what they currently have? And if you can't give exact, at least an estimate.
Contract is 450 to 1.
The contract is 450 to 1 at the high school level, correct?
Correct.
And so what is the current ratio?
That I do not have in front of me because I would have to look at the projected enrollment. And so I apologize, I don't have that in front of me. I would say it is below that ratio is what Ms. Graywall just indicated.
So for example, it might be 1 to 300 students right now?
Probably not that low, but
so it's 1 to 350 or something of that sort?
The calculated FTE for counseling at high school, we're just talking about high school now, is 10.4 FTE. The allocated FTE currently, per the reduction, would be 11.8. So it's a 1.4. It's 1.4 over the calculation.
Okay, so in other words, once again, in layman's terms, the ratio for a high school counselor is that they can have a cap of up to 450 students. Right now, most likely their caseload is considerably less than what's in the contract.
Not considerably.
No, that's why I'm trying to get clarification, please. So
It's not considerably less, but it is 1.4 FTE below what they would need.
But the contract is in ratio to students. So when you try to answer it through staffing, that's talking apples to oranges to me, and I apologize, it's late. So in other words, that answer is making it more difficult for me to comprehend. So basically, but what you're saying is, by the contract, you have negotiations and there's a contract cap, right? 1 to 450 students. So based upon the current staffing that you have and the proposed reduction, you're basically saying that the ratio is roughly 1 to 400 students or something. It's not all the way up to the 450 cap, correct?
Correct. So I just
Thank
did.
you.
I just
Just
did,
very simple.
Just did the math. So 2,507 is what we're currently projecting at Amador. Okay. So if I divide that number by 450, what we would require or need to just be within that 450 to 1 is 5.57 FTE. So that's what I said, was that we are actually above the contract CBA language by FTE, because the new reduction that we have is actually 6.0 FTE at Amador, which is 1 less than what Amador has now. So I'm answering and actually restating what you're saying, President McCaughey. 450 to 1 is the contract language. We're below that. We are below that ratio currently.
I think President McCaughey wants it in terms of the ratio, so it's 397 to 1.
Thank you, Namarta.
Thank you. That's what I asked. I appreciate it. You guys are so comprehensive, so detailed. Thank you.
You know what the national standard is for counseling? What can you tell us?
No, we can't. Oh, hold on. Just 1 second. If someone would like to give clarification, they would need to come up to the podium. We're not going to talk from the audience.
Do you guys know off the top of your head what it is?
The national average or the national standard?
The national standard.
By the American Council. I believe it's 250 to 1.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Would you like?
Please just introduce yourself.
Hi, Vanessa Mueller-Riley. I'm a school counselor at Walnut Grove, also APT's bargaining chair. The National Association for School Counselors has a student ratio recommendation of 250 to 1. We've worked really hard over the last several years to reduce our counselor ratio. Our counselor ratio used to be 685 to 1, but we were never operating at 685 to 1. We were always operating much lower. So in our more recent negotiations, we got down to 450. That was what we were able to agree to, although we think that it needs to be much lower based on what is happening for our students. So.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yep. Thank you. Okay, where are we at?
Made a motion.
I have a couple of questions. Because we talked about the high school counseling section. For the intervention specialist, the 2.5, if those positions are restored, would they be going to specific schools?
We were going to continue to look at an equity allocation formula, but generally we would try to have one IS at every site if we were to restore, because that's the person that kind of is the centerpiece of that. But again, that would be based on the needs of the data and what it would show us based on students.
All right, because I was thinking, because I know we restored part of the risks section, and so then under the current one that we agreed to under the cuts, do all of our elementaries have IS?
No, it was currently as it stood, we would have 7 ISs for 9 sites, which means 2 sites were not going to be operating with an IS. So with the restoration, we'd be able to have ISs at every site potentially.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate it, because I was trying to, it's been a little bit, so I was trying to remember. And then I think my last thing, and I'll let it go after that, but I do know our departing board member had also been big on counseling. That was her thing, so that was the other reason why it was brought up. So thank you for answering my questions. I will not take up more time because I know you all have questions.
No, I don't have any other questions. just to recap, sorry. So it looks like, could you please, just for the benefit of refreshing everyone's memory, the motion?
Yes, my motion is to restore high school counselors 2.0 and 2.5 elementary intervention specialist.
Staff, could you please just recap how much that is?
362,790.
652.
Sorry, could you say it one more time?
652,000 total. 290 for the counselors and 362 for the intervention specialists.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments before we do the roll call vote? And my recommendation would be if you choose to dissent, to just give your rationale. I know we're just doing this a little uniquely because we're breaking it down. So any other comments or questions before we do a roll call vote? So just to recap, the motion is to restore the high school counselors and the elementary intervention specialists for how much again? 652,000? I'm sorry?
652,000.
That's what I just said. 600, I was correct. 652,000.
500.
Okay, roll call vote.
Oh, I was just going to say, I appreciate the fact that all of us have been able to have a pretty polite and respectful conversation even within our disagreements, which is important, especially on a topic this difficult. I know we don't always necessarily see eye to eye, but we have the best intention. All of us believe and want to do the right thing. So just again, thank you all for doing this.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment now. It'll give away my vote, but my concern is we have an open contract with APT. We've closed our negotiations with CSEA. We have an open negotiation with APT that is not closed, and my concern is if that was closed, trust me, I'd be voting to, along with all of my trustees. I do value the counselors. I do value the intervention specialists. I do value all of these positions that were already rated as 3. But I'm just concerned about we are finally in a position where we have ongoing funds that we can allocate to things, and one of the things we have to allocate it to is closing out the contract negotiations, and I'm not willing to commit every last dollar out of that $2 million at this time. So I do think we've restored what we can and should for the benefit of our students and parents, and yeah, so.
Yes, that is how we do it. So, yes,
that was my dissent, and my vote.
You did a nice job.
My vote is nay.
Very good.
Yes.
You're welcome to make a comment if you want.
No, it's 10:30. It's 11 o'clock. Let's go.
I think that was a comment.
I will vote. I know this is difficult, but I will be voting yes on this because I'd like to see our numbers lower at the high school counseling level, but also I'd like to have the IS for elementary at all of our elementary sites. So I'll be a yes for that.
I'm a yes. I mean, I just have to have the counselors and the intervention specialists back, so yes.
So this is really challenging, and I would like to say that from a personal perspective and for having children in the school district who've had to rely on the high school counselors and needing the extensive support, those positions are highly valued. That said, and also for the elementary intervention specialists as well, I've had a child that has needed those services. I absolutely, completely value these positions. However, I am extremely fiscally conservative, and I'm not pleased with some of the errors that this board and the district has done in years prior. I'm not necessarily talking about this board, but there have been consistent lack of more fiscal scrutiny. And I'm just really concerned that we're going to come back here next year with being forced to do additional reductions because of the uncertainty from the state and our constraints from a lot of factors that are outside of the district's funding control. And I'm very torn on this, but from a fiscal standpoint and as a trustee, what I do from a professional trustee perspective, I am compelled and would have to dissent. So, however, that said, the motion passes.
Thank you, staff.
So staff, if you could please help do the math on the restoration funds that have been approved by the board. We have 652,000 plus the 800. I'm going to 1,115,000. Correct. So if somebody could do the math on that, please, because I'm too tired.
1.67 million total.
I'm sorry. 1.67
million.
What?
1.67 million in total.
1.67 million. Something's not okay.
President McCaughey, just for clarity, are we going to discuss the for the one-time funding? Are we going to discuss that 415,000 at a later date?
So my question would be, so staff, if you could please tell us what is remaining that we have to decide in regards to the ongoing money amount left is, I'm sorry, I'm really tired. It's 1.3 something, 1.3 million. I'm sorry.
330,000.
Thank you. I'm really tired. 300 what?
330,000.
330,000 for ongoing.
Out of the 2 million.
330,000 for ongoing plus the undecided of the 450,000 one-time funds. Do we have to decide that tonight, or could we table it? It's just a question.
Was there action taken on the one-time funding?
Yes. Yeah.
So we
135,000.
We approved all of the top and the 135,000. The only
go ahead, Trustee Johnson.
I was saying we approved everything on there for the one-time funding. Just we did not approve the 415.
Right. That's what I said. Yeah. So. Yes, so the question I have is, okay, maybe we just do this for the 330,000 for ongoing. Can I make a motion that we set that aside for we could either do compensation or to the reserves? So I'm not necessarily making a motion, I'm making having a discussion.
Yes.
Reserves or for compensation?
I don't think we need to specify. It's general fund. So.
Okay. Is that enough directions? Do we need to make a motion for that?
No.
I think it's better for staff if we don't specify.
Yeah.
Great. Perfect. And what about the 450,000 one-time funds? Could the board make a decision on that at a later time? Is it time sensitive?
Ahmad, as far as time sensitive, it is one-time money. I think it's worth repeating that this is a separate thing. It's one-time money. It would cure for just 26, 27. It does not come out of ongoing. That's just being crystal clear with that.
We understand that. My question is, do we have to decide it tonight?
My question to Ahmad would be, and actually to HR, it would be a question of payroll too.
Yeah, if those stipends are restored, then people will receive them in their July, August, and so on paychecks. If they're not, then we would need to wait till the next board meeting, if that's when you would be discussing it in August.
Let me ask the question in a different way. If the board, if we put it on the agenda in August, it could still be used for, if the board chooses at that time to restore retroactive stipends, correct? Is it so?
Retroactive can always be done. It does present challenges for payroll staff.
But you could figure it out.
Sure, it's more work for smaller staff, but that's just something to be aware of.
Well, I would
And
rather have the
retroactive leads-
board make a wise decision than when we're tired. So if it's okay, at the will of the board, if we could just table the one-time funding for August. Is everyone okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Thank you. So then I guess we're going to go on to, I'm going to ask for literally a 5-minute break, please. Just a 5-minute break, and we'll come back. Okay, we're officially resuming this meeting again. The agenda item is the discussion, action, strategic plan, refresh, adoption, revised beliefs, vision, mission, and strategic directions. You have 5 minutes, Dr. Geisels.
We're going to go faster because of the time. So here we go. The purpose of tonight is to review the final recommendations, highlight revisions that were made since your homework, and consider adoption. And I would appreciate action tonight because everything's lock in step with us developing goals and launching it to symposium, all hands, and really everyone's goals for their evaluation. You've seen this plenty of times. Here we are at the swimming pool, turquoise at the bottom. The final action, it's June 25th. And the key themes we heard throughout the process, you saw them there, those were repeated last time. Students belonging, multiple pathways, academic excellence, rigor, future readiness, responsible use of technology. You heard the applause tonight about tablets and the like. It's definitely swung the other way. Continued family, community, and partnership, and equity and opportunity for every student. So our beliefs that were changed based on your final feedback was emphasize student assets and pathways to success, more on expanded focus and compassion, belonging and well-being, refined technology language, emphasizing intentional use, meaningful human connection and wellness, increased emphasis on empathy, or equity, opportunity, and student success. And by the way, there wasn't anything shocking. If anything, it was just kind of wordsmithing between your homework and now. So the vision was changed, again, emphasizing student growth and development. The mission was everything slightly changed. Emphasis on meaningful relationship, pathways again, honor each student's strengths and aspiration. So these are the changes based on, the changes based on the trustees' feedback. The strategic directions are there. There's not a lot of changes. It's so nuanced. I'm just going to flip through this slide. And then we get to the final beliefs. These are the ones that I'm putting forth in front of you, holding up a mirror after all those.
Sorry, please talk to the mic.
You
Thank
think
you.
I'd know how to work a mic?
I just meant because the people on TV. So
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
I just like
Sorry.
I'm a performer with a mic. I know how to work a mic. I can't.
I apologize. You were walking away from it.
So these are the final belief statements for you to take a look at. They're this 1 through 3, 4 through 6. We're not going to number them. Actually, they're going to be bulleted, and they're all the beliefs are here, so you can see them all at once. So I think we can all see them. You can see them on your screen if they're all 6 are there. Are there any final changes you want to make, wordsmith, any changes to the final beliefs?
I have a question.
Sure.
In terms of 2 words with well-being and wellness, intuitively as a writer, I always want to include an like a adjective or adverb right before it to, like, high quality well-being or healthy wellness. It's just a question in terms of the language. If it's self-evident that we mean that, for example, it makes more sense for me to say belonging, connection, and positive well-being versus just well-being. And same thing for like human connection and wellness is very similar to well-being. So when I look collectively at these final beliefs, I struggle with similar vocabulary. I like to have a little more poignant word choice. So that was the feedback I gave originally for consideration. So I'm going to bring it back to the board for consideration because for me, under number 2, it sounds better for me to say like positive well-being under number 2. And then for number 4, I would probably say, is there a different word we could use instead of wellness because it's so similar to well-being? I just really struggle with that.
So number 2, the adjective positive before well-being, and maybe a synonym for wellness instead of the great thinking. Trustees, and we'll look at, maybe check out a thesaurus or something with wellness.
We considered and thought that well-being is already
Sorry.
positive.
Please come to the microphone if you want to speak to give clarification. Please don't talk from the seat.
Sure. Thank you. President Makashi, I just wanted to comment that we had considered your comment on the positive well-being, and the thinking why we didn't introduce the adjective was that well-being is already understood to be positive. So that's the reason why we didn't add that one. It's already considered a positive state. Sorry, I just wanted to answer the question.
So that was my question, though. But then I still would argue wellness is very similar to well-being. And so so I guess what I'm saying is I would strongly encourage to think about that. And if it's a minor tweak, I would also suggest we could approve it, and then if there's a recommendation for a minor adjustment, like I said, I really struggle with that. But if it's not the will of the board, then we can just move on.
I think we should move on.
I read through these. I'm pretty okay with the language for it. A little bit of vagueness as well is kind of good for when we're doing ARs.
Okay, we'll move on.
Move on? Okay. So final vision is this. Reactions?
Too long.
Suggestions?
Not at this time of night. I still think this is too wordy, too long. It's not compelling to me, frankly. Maybe I'm being cranky at 11 o'clock at night. But.
I think it's clunky, too. It's something that's going to get you.
So if,
I don't know. I feel like we should respect the process. Look at all the meetings that we've had, all the feedback.
So, yeah, I think that this is it was a consolidated process. And so I would probably say that if there's nothing significant, we keep it as is, and then we can always revisit down the road. So that would be the recommendation.
The other thing we could do is if you give us direction, we could shorten it up, try to make it concise, and just run with it.
That sounds good. And maybe look at the well-being and wellness.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll take your feedback. We'll take your final notes. We will work with it. We'll consolidate this. We'll look at wellness and well-being.
Thank you for being so flexible at 11:12.
We'll make the changes because there's two types of strategic plans. They're like dissertations. There's ones that are done and there are ones that aren't. So let's get it done. So thank you for the flexibility there. Okay, so the final mission. Any thoughts?
I like this. I think it's really good, and I think it hits both what the board, staff, the community, and who we reached out to have been wanting.
I agree.
Trustee Brown, are you okay with the word world?
I care more about the vision being shorter. Mission, it's fine. I'm okay with this.
Good. All right.
I threw the vision into Claude, and it already came back with some much better ones.
Okay. All right. So to summarize, the board seems to be good with the final mission, and maybe just a little massaging with the other two items for the vision and the beliefs.
Great.
All right. Sounds great.
Now, the directions we revised last year, so we just barely tweaked those, and these are the final directions. I didn't put them on one slide. We didn't because there are too many of them. Are there any thoughts on any of the directions? These are the what's. These will manifest our goals. And again, nothing really new here or shocking. These are the least changed because we touched them last year.
I think my question would be on the final strategic directions. In your experience, Dr. Geisels, are the strategic directions more flexible that adjust each year? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah, they adjust each year.
So
we take a look at those each year. The other ones, the vision, the mission, the beliefs,
correct.
Those are 5 to 7 years out.
Right. I guess let me re-clarify my point. Final strategic directions is something really more that you're really passionate about and has brought to this district and to the board, whereas the mission and the vision and the beliefs tend to be more standardized across districts.
More
so
constant, yeah.
If you're stating that the final strategic directions are more annual, then I think these look good for now, and that could give you enough direction for modifying the annual goals for the district.
Yes, and what's important is that not only are they revisited every year, but I take these in July, which is in a couple of weeks, and I turn them in, I go through with all my direct reports, and we develop goals, and I bring those to you the first meeting in August.
Great.
To hard code those goals.
Okay.
So
perfect.
those are the goals are what's important here. The superintendent's goals and our goals that cascade through not only your direct reports and so on and so forth, but also align with the LCAP and the SIPSIS.
Great. Okay. Perfect.
So
Anything
my
else?
recommendation is we'll take those notes. I recommend that we approve the strategic plan. And again, for the sake of public education, we spent no money on consultants on this. We will do a very de minimis change in any look and feel. We expect all to keep all our RGB colors, our logo, and everything else. So we're ready to go. We're poised. So thank you. It was a very compressed process, and you were very gracious. It started with you, and it's ending with you tonight.
So first we're going to do questions, then public comment, then a motion. So any questions? I think we've kind of asked our questions along the way. Okay, seeing none, public comment. Seeing none, we'll come back to comments. Seeing none, motion. Trustee Karen, you said you wanted to do the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so just to clarify the motion, we're approving the the mission statement with direction from the board to massage a bit on the mission, right? And
the vision.
The vision and the beliefs.
Wellness and well-being.
Okay, yes, thank you. All right, so with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes. Thank you for your hard work, district staff,
Suzanne.
everyone on this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next is number I, discussion action 2026-2027 schedules for non-bargaining hourly management and executive cabinet. And I believe that's me, correct?
That's me.
Oh, good. Oh, so that's not mine. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Namarta.
Sure. So this is us bringing forward salary schedules that have changed due to a couple of different reasons. These don't reflect overall increases or anything because we haven't negotiated any of those. So the hourly, non-bargaining hourly salary schedule is being updated to reflect an increase in the pay for the school crossing guards from $20 an hour to $25 an hour. It's part of the recruitment for that very hard to fill position. So that's the only change on that particular salary schedule. For the management and executive cabinet salary schedules, we need to reflect the reduction in days in our work years to reflect the cuts that were made by the trustees earlier. So that reduction in work days and the suspension of the degree stipends is the other piece of this. So there's no increase there. The cost of the salary, the crossing guard annually will be about $40,000 for that increase in salary or pay rate. And for the management executive cabinet schedules, there's an estimated savings just under $400,000 from this action. So our recommendation is that you approve these salary schedules to be in effect for 26-27.
Questions? Okay, seeing none, public comment? Just go ahead and introduce yourself and fill out a comment card afterwards.
I already filled one out. So just wanted to speak tonight about expressing disappointment in the executive cabinet schedule. Tonight we've heard over and over and over again that decline in enrollment requires deep sacrifices, but it's clear that these sacrifices aren't being applied to the cabinet officials. Despite my repeated requests, and I want to state this again on the record, the board is refusing to stop the pay increases that the officials receive on July 1st. And so I want to know, why will the board not tailor the salary schedule in view of the decline in enrollment? Why is it only the teachers that have to suffer? Why is it only the teachers that have to go through reductions? Why do the reductions not apply to the executives and this executive schedule? Thank you very much.
Just to clarifying, this is a reduction in your salary, is it not?
Correct. It's a reduction for all managers across the board in the district. So there's the management salary schedule and the executive cabinet days reduction plus the stipends.
Okay, other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, looking.
I'm just going to say that I do appreciate that you are taking less salary. I know it's a sacrifice, and I say thank you for that.
Yeah, you brought that recommendation forward, and so we didn't have to ask, you brought it forward. So we appreciate that and that commitment for that. So thank you.
Is anyone on the executive cabinet moving from to a different step?
I would be.
You would be the only one that
Because I'm on my...
All others are on step
on the
4
highest
already.
Step, correct. Yeah, the step in column that applies to all salary schedules,
Right.
including certificate and classified, applies to management as well.
Which is just per your contract. Okay.
I'd like to chime in here. It's very unusual, including with teachers and classified, particularly teachers, that they move down steps too. It's a culture, it's education, it's everywhere that you move down steps. And I'd also like to say that in their taking 3 days of furlough, 3 days, I did not make this recommendation. They initiated this cut on their own, and they are taking a cut. And their wages are in line with salaries at their caliber and their executive level throughout the region and the state.
Thank you. I think that's important to note that reductions are all across the board. So any other comments?
No, I mean, it says in there the financial impact, and it's real money and it's real savings, and it's unfortunate it's being implied that we're increasing costs when we're not. So thank you for your your contribution to the district's financial situation.
So just for clarification, the estimated annual cost increase for, thank you, Lenita. For the crossing guards will increase by $40,000. However, the revisions to the management and executive cabinet salary will provide a total estimated savings of roughly almost $400,000. Correct?
That's correct.
That's huge. So thank you. Okay, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any other comments? We'll do a roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Hold on one second. My computer timed out. All right, so the next item is J, discussion action revised superintendent employee agreement with the superintendent with Dr. Geisels. So I'm going to read this information as part of some of the information is required for legal purposes. As part of the annual evaluation cycle for the superintendent, the employment agreement is reviewed and updated as determined appropriate. So this item is to be considered for approval of a revised superintendent employment agreement between the Pleasanton Unified School District and our superintendent, Dr. Geisels, commencing on July 1, 2026 and continuing through June 30th, 2027. So some of this information, once again, is required legally to be listed and publicized. The revised superintendent employment agreement contains the following changes as compared to the previous agreement. These changes reflect the governing board's review of the superintendent's employment terms and compensation for the 2026-2027 contract year and aligns with the district's broader budget reduction efforts. The term is revised one-year agreement effective July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. The salary sets the superintendent's 2026-27 annual base salary is a reduction from $345,000, $338,000, and $727,000, representing a $6,273 reduction from the prior annual base of the $345,000. This reduction reflects the proportionate salary adjustments associated with the reduced work year and the superintendent's participation in the district's broader budget reductions efforts for the 2026-2027 school year. This also provides clarification in terms of the work year. It revises the superintendent's annual work year from 220 days and reduced to 216 work days. All other provisions of the existing contract remain in full force and effect. Therefore, it is the recommendation is board president and the board of trustees to approve the revised superintendent employee agreement with his superintendent, Dr. Maurice Geisels. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, public comment.
We heard again today that declining enrollment is resulted in very painful decisions. Yet, under the superintendent's watch, we've become the only school district in the entire county to hold the failed financial negative certification status, meaning that we are uniquely restricted from using the full amount from this upcoming state funding for our general operating expenses. Despite this, our superintendent contract is locked at a salary of $340,000. In stark contrast, a neighboring school district with identical student population pays its top executives a regular base pay ranging between $175,000 and $217,000. How can this board realistically expect the community to step up and approve a parcel tax when you refuse to hold the district executives accountable for this fiscal mismanagement? If our classroom footprint must contract due to enrollment, the district office must lead by example. Executive salaries must be scaled down to match our actual operational sizes, and these administrative alignments must be enacted before a single additional student-facing role is eliminated. Cutting from classrooms must always be the absolute last resort. Furthermore, while the superintendent has previously dismissed public concern as misinformation and accused a community member of twisting facts, The board is fully aware, and it is available for the public to see, that I have raised key questions on funding to prevent the very layouts that we just went through. The superintendent did not even bother to respond on these alternative solutions, even when explicitly asked and instructed by the trustees in writing to follow up. Instead, I point to the real distortion that's occurring tonight. The restoration slides were made available just moments before the meeting began, and there was absolutely nothing included in the published agenda from that effect, which directly violates our 72-hour policy for public transparency. During this last-minute restoration discussion, the administration placed a proposal on the official record to utilize restricted Prop 28 art and music funds to bridge general fund gaps. This maneuver places the entire district in immediate legal liability. Prop 28 contains strict, unwavering statutory mandate requiring that all allocations must be explicitly supplement and never supplant pre-existing baseline arts funding. So laying off educators or reducing general fund programs only to substitute with them Prop $28 is an explicit violation of California education law, and there's already an ongoing lawsuit in California to this exact effect. Board members do not allow an administration that has failed its fiscal certification to drag this district into a costly legal battle just to shield top-tier cabinet salaries from structural corrections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments before we take a vote?
Similar to the cabinet, I appreciate the fact that you self-elected to reduce your base salary and number of workdays. And this represents a savings for the district from a management perspective, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I also want to say that I appreciate, I know that Castro Valley just approved $380,000, and so
How much?
$380,000, sorry. And so I'm just saying that I appreciate the sacrifice.
They probably have 340 days.
I appreciate the sacrifice as well.
But the realistic,
380, not 170?
yeah. So, no, but I appreciate that there's a very fine line because we need to make sure we hire the best superintendent. So we need to make sure that we are, searching for the best. And so we have to be competitive. So I appreciate you making the sacrifice. And we're not going to.
I get to work for less.
Well, that's still important.
Trustee Jones?
I do want to highlight when we're looking at this, when we compare it, if we want to compare within the Tri-Valley, before Dublin and Livermore both saw their superintendents resign, we are the last one standing when it comes to having a superintendent in the Tri-Valley that's made it through. Before they resigned, their superintendents were paid higher than our current superintendent. Both Livermore and Dublin's prior one had a higher base salary than ours. So we did actually negotiate a lowering of a salary from prior position. The other thing too, though, is while Dublin and Livermore's new people have slightly lower, it's because they both have moved assistant superintendents up into the superintendent position, which means they have less experience and less knowledge on how to handle these types of situations that we are going through. So it'll be interesting to see how that will all play out. But I did just want to explain, that's part of why they are being paid less is they are new. They were assistant soups, now superintendent, which is a big change. And even before that, their prior ones, we paid less than both Livermore and Dublin as far as a base salary from their prior ones.
Okay, other comments? I'll just echo fellow trustees. We do appreciate you considering the reduction and making that sacrifice. We really appreciate it. So with that, we're looking for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the revised superintendent employment agreement with Maurice Geisels as superintendent.
I will second it.
Okay, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, next is K, discussion and action agreement for legal services with a bunch of legal. So, passing it off to staff.
Yes, this one's mine. So annually we bring forward our legal contracts. The district has gone through a vetting process, and we continue to be satisfied with the firms that we brought forward, which is 3F, DWK, and Lozano Smith. We've been utilizing them, and we've also added Orbroff, Huff, and Henderson. We've looked at the needs of the district between the various departments and which departments utilize which attorneys for different purposes. And so you can see DWK provides construction, business, negotiations, and superintendent office. 3F is pretty much special education and student services. Lozano Smith supports human services, business, and superintendent's office. And Obroff, Huff, and Henderson is pretty much construction. So with that, we are requesting the board to approve those contracts. We will issue not to exceed amounts based on the amount that we've indicated for each of the firms, and then we will only utilize what is necessary. So if we have fewer, let's say for example the special ed or HR, we won't utilize the full amount. We do get billed hourly based on what we ask them to do.
Questions? Okay, seeing none, public comment. Seeing no one here, we'll close it. Comments?
I move to approve.
Looking for a motion.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye, motion passes unanimously. All right, moving right along. Discussion action resolution 2025-2026. 5.3. For a temporary borrowing from the Alameda County Treasurer per Education Code. Let's make this less than 10 minutes.
Yes, no, it will be. So the board approved a similar resolution in 25-26 to allow us to borrow from the county treasury. And we're just bringing this a little earlier for the next school year in case we need to borrow in August or early September. We want to be ready for it. We estimate potentially needing about $15 million. Again, it all depends when we receive our money from the state, and we will adjust accordingly. We won't borrow more than we need. The monies are repaid in the same fiscal year, and the county treasury takes care of it on the other end when they disperse their property taxes to us. So
You've already budgeted the 310 from the general fund?
The 310, yeah, we have, in the sense that we collect basically interest earnings wherever the money is. So when they transfer the money, we're kind of earning interest on it. They calculate it and then they pull it back. So depending on how fast we utilize it, but yes, we've included that in our calculations.
Other questions? Seeing none, public comment. Seeing none, comments. Seeing none, motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And discussion action resolution number 2025-2026.55 for possible use of the education protection account. 5 minutes or less.
Okay. This is an annual requirement is for the board to pass this resolution that basically indicates that we use our education protection account funding, which is not additional money. It's a way that the state collects funding through taxes that were approved by voters in Proposition 30 and then again in Proposition 55. And that is part of our LCFF funding. So annually it requires the board to approve this resolution, and it indicates that all of the $2.6 million that we receive through this EPA funding is utilized for teaching staff. It's important to note that this proposition is going to come back to the voters in a couple of years. I believe it ends in a couple of years. So, and it's an important funding mechanism. But the law requires us to annually bring this forward to the board.
Questions?
I recommend we do not read the resolution.
Okay. I disagree. Just kidding. Public comment. Seeing none. Comments? I concur. Roll call.
I've got to make a motion.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-2026.55 for the possible use of the Education Protection Account EPA.
I'll second it.
Yes. Yes, stop. I'll go slow. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes. Okay, moving along. Sorry. N. L? No.
This item is for a delegation of authority to the superintendent and myself to award the Amador Valley High School building and roof replacement contract. This is currently out to bid. It's a summer-fall project. We won't have a board meeting until August, and so we're requesting that delegation for a not-to-exceed amount of $1 million for the roofing of the gym that we are keeping at Amador Valley.
Questions? Seeing none. Public comment. Seeing no one here. Close public comment. Comments. Seeing none. Yes? Comment?
Just, it's from Measure I.
Correct.
Thank you. Looking for a motion. So moved.
Second. Okay.
Thank you. Roll call.
Aye.
Did you get a second?
Yes.
Oh, aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes. Oh, discussion action, delegate of authority for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services to enter into a contract with the Pleasanton Middle School Field Renovations Project, Landscape Renovation Project.
Okay. Earlier, you approved, I think, a change order and a notice of completion for the field project, which we got money back from the contractor that did the main project. We're now looking at some pickup projects related to an area that didn't get finished. It was kind of like between, the two projects, the significant area of landscaping that's been left. We're going to renovate it with some benches and synthetic, and it'll make it a much more usable space and reduce water usage as well. And so we're also requesting a delegation of authority not to exceed $200,000. In addition, we're in the future we will also be adding the bleachers. That right now the team is working on identifying that at this moment.
Questions? Seeing.
My only question is that you'll be back on vacation by then? I mean, how to do this?
Yes, yeah, I'll be back, and I can also DocuSign.
Okay.
I'll be in internet connectivity.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Public comment? Seeing none. Comments? Seeing none. Motion?
I recommend, make a motion to approve delegation authority to Assistant Superintendent Ahmad Sheikh Islami to award the construction contract for the PMS Field Renovations Project.
And a second?
Not to exceed $200K.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Next is P. Discussion action ratification of contract with the JPB Design Incorporated Harvest Park Middle School Field Renovations, Hardcourt Renovations Project. I'm not sure what we're laughing about, but okay.
So this one is, we bought this, it wasn't a delegation of authority, and so this is just a ratification of that contract. It was publicly bid, we chose the low bidder. The construction contract is moving forward because we had that delegation of authority. They'll be done with the work for the opening of the school, so we're just asking the board to ratify it.
Okay, questions? Seeing none, public comment. Seeing no one here, comments. Okay, looking for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the agreement with JPB Design for the Harvest Park Middle School Field Renovations, Hardcourt Renovations Project to the amount of $931,700 from Fund 21.
And a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously. Before we go and pack up, we have board reports and requests. We'll start with Trustee Walker.
Oh. Thank you for all the hard work that everyone put in for this presentation tonight. I really appreciate it. It's been a long evening. I went to my ethics training on Monday with Trustee Jones, and it was riveting, so move on.
Trustee, carry on. We're doing popcorn.
So I have nothing to report tonight.
Trustee Jones?
So yeah, I did the ethics training. I was also at the Pleasanton was on TV, so I went to the presentation of that at Sunshine Saloon with the Chamber of Commerce that we were on Now We Know, and it really highlighted how great Pleasanton is. So that was a cool experience. 8 a.m. was a little early, but hey. And then I'm going to be in Sacramento lobbying with CTA about the budget and a couple of other things as well on June 30th and July 1st.
Thank you.
Before you go, Trustee Brown.
No comments.
Okay. So everyone needs to sit and relax because I'm going to do a long report. Just kidding. I just wanted to thank staff incredibly and everyone, as well as Dr. Geisels, for the collaborative effort tonight and all the preparation in advance for the discussions, and just really wanted to thank everyone, as well as to the board and Dr. Geisels for our collaborative effort for this year and concluding a great superintendent evaluation and going through the super eval process, and appreciated all the trustees' time and dedication to that. And we will do our self-board evaluation coming in August, and our future meeting dates. We do appreciate everyone's summer break and hope that staff and district will take some time off along with the trustees. Our next future board meetings are August 13, 2026, regular board meeting, Lanita. And then our August 27, 2026, regular board meeting as well. So with that, we wanted to also thank Ahmad for safe travels to the World Cup. We want to get a definitely good report on that game. And this meeting is officially adjourned at 11:45, June 25th, 2026.
Happy Pride.
Bye.